applications. Now they may come on any port numbers. So yes, you have the standard port numbers, but applications can hop port numbers. Okay. So in whatever port number it may come, we will define, hey, if this is the application, you allow it. Okay. For all the applications where rules are not written, AI companion, nope, not allowed, I guess. Yeah. So for applications, sorry, yeah, I was talking about rules, right? So we would have written rules for any specific applications. If this is the application, you allow it. Okay. If not, the application is denied. So only the known applications for which we have written the security policy rules will be allowed. For all the unwanted applications or even unknown applications, if the firewall doesn't know what it is not going to allow. Okay, so we have application identification and control. Okay, so whatever applications are known, you allow those based on the security policy rules. Okay, so that is one advantage your Palo Alto Networks firewall has. Based on application, we can allow and deny the traffic. Okay, then you have intrusion prevention. Okay, so any unwanted intrusion is happening, that is prevented, and you have the threat intelligence integration. Okay, and also you have the user identity awareness and QoS management. So who are all the users who are generating traffic? That information is there. We can write security policy rules based on the users as well. If this is the user belonging to so and so group, you can allow the traffic. Okay, so user identity awareness is also there. Okay, so these are few basic NGFW capabilities that we have. So what we can do using your firewall. Now this information, if we integrate or whatever capabilities is there in your NGFW, if we integrated this with the XDR, it's going to help the XDR in an immense way, right? So the whole security ecosystem, we can improve it in a much better way. Yeah, so we are going to integrate whatever benefits are there of NGFW with our XDR. Okay, so how NGFW integrates with XDR reveals key advantages for enhancing the network security operations and response efficiently. So consolidated view of security events. Okay, so we will get a unified view of network security events across both your platforms. Okay, then we can perform automated threat response. Okay, so if we automate it, it can quickly address threats which are identified by NGFW. Okay, so if we automate, no manual response has to be done. Okay, manual workload is not there. Okay, and also it will speed up the response times. Okay, so you can make use of EDLs. So your external dynamic lists are there and your log stitching option is there in our XDR. So that is going to automate it. Okay. Then you have centralized management. So once we integrate your NGFW with XDR, everything can be done from a single platform. Okay. So yeah, we have centralization. This will simplify our operational workflows. And also we have enhanced analytics. Okay, so we can use the XDR's advanced analytics capabilities in order to interpret whatever data is coming from your NGFW. So we can do analytics on that. Okay, so yeah, these are few advantages of integrating your NGFW with our XDR. Okay. Now, how is the data flow between NGFW and XDR? So data flow between NGFW and XDR, it will ensure effective threat detection and response by getting all your NGFW information, okay, all the advanced features, and integrating them into XDR's analytics driven ecosystem. So all your logs are ingested. So ingested NGFW logs and data. Okay. Then you need to perform data normalization and enrichment. So you need to understand what is the format, use that information and enrich the logs. Okay. And you have key data sets from NGFW. So when the NGFW is sending the logs, we are going to have data sets. Okay. So specific data sets are created in our XDR and it is stored in those data sets. Okay, so that's your data flow. And so how the configuration is done. Okay, so you need to bind the NGFW along with your XDR. Okay, so what is the goal? We need to successfully integrate your NGFW with XDR for enhanced network security and response capabilities. What is the importance? Proper configuration. If we do the proper configuration, it will make sure we have seamless data flow and automation between systems. Excuse me. Now, how this configuration is done? So what is the process overview? First, we need to make sure we are meeting the prerequisites. Okay. Then we need to configure the NGFW and XDR. Okay. So basic configurations has to be done. And finally, we need to test and validate the integration. Okay. Once we integrate both, then what is the outcome? A streamlined automated security process with reduced manual intervention. Right. So everything is happening seamless. Automated security process happening. Okay. So that is your outcome. So first thing, we need to make sure we are meeting the prerequisites. Okay, if we want to integrate both, we need to make sure we are meeting the prerequisites. Now, what are the prerequisites? Okay, so we need to check what is the software version being used in both. Okay, so software version in your NGFW as well as XDR, and make sure they are compatible. Okay, so both the software versions should be compatible. If necessary, let's say we need to upgrade the software. So what is the version in your NGFW? We need to upgrade the software. Okay, so that has to be done. Then your network configuration. Okay, so if both has to be communicating, we need to make sure what are the rules written, your firewall rules, if that is allowing the traffic or not, that has to be checked. Then if you want to configure your VPN settings, okay, and whatever port numbers, okay, so port numbers are open or not, that also has to be checked. Okay, so some basic network configuration has to be done. And finally, your permissions, right? So we must confirm that we have both administrative access on your NGFW as well as in your XDR. Okay, only if the administrators can perform these things, they have administrative access, they will be able to do the integration setup. Okay, so these are few prerequisites check we need to do in order to integrate both your NGFW as well as your XDR. Okay, once yes, we have all the prerequisites ready, everything done. Next, we have to go for the system configuration. Okay, so system configuration in this phase, we focus on configuring the systems to ensure smooth communication and effective data handling between NGFW and XDR. Okay, so set up the communication protocols. So this is configuring your API. Okay, so like we saw API, so that has to be set up. Okay, and if you configure API, then your data forwarding from NGFW to XDR will happen. Okay, so it's essential that we ensure encryption is in place. Okay, so that we are having a proper and secure data communication. So your API setup is to be done, and then we need to establish workflow automation. Okay, so involves creating automated actions based on your NGFW issues. So what are the issues coming from your firewall? Based on that, what is the action we want to take? Whether we want to isolate the data or isolate the device, or we want to let's say enable scanning, we need to trigger scanning. Okay, if any specific threats are detected, let's say we want to perform a scan, perform a malware scan. Like that, we can give the actions. Okay, we need to set up the automated actions. So this is your system configuration, and finally you have the testing and validation. Okay, so in this case, in this phase, we make sure the integration is functioning as expected. Okay, so validating data flow, automated responses, and overall system performance to guarantee a smooth and efficient operation. So how we can do this? So conduct integration testing. Okay, so this will involve testing the firewall, whatever firewall logs are there, issues are there, they are being forwarded to XDR or not. So that has to be confirmed. Okay, and we also need to ensure that the data is being processed, okay, in our XDR and interpreted correctly. Okay, that we need to check. Okay, then test response automation. So here we simulate various security scenarios to check whether your triggering is working or not. Automation triggering is working or not. Okay. And yeah, so that has to be checked. And finally, we need to evaluate the performance. Okay. So we assess the impact of integration on overall system performance, like your checking your response times and then your resource usage. Okay. So based on these assessments, we need to adjust our configurations and we need to optimize the performance. Okay, so that is the last phase, the testing and validation. So onboarding, we would have done the onboarding yesterday itself. So we saw how to add the NGFW. Okay, so go to the integrations page, collection integration page or data collection page and add a firewall integration. So we need to have the serial number. So go and check the serial number of the firewall, okay, and then add it here in the data source. So it can be a firewall, Panorama, Prisma Access instance, all these can be added, okay, but we need to make sure we have the proper serial number and add it here, okay. Once we have that, then we need to go to the firewall, okay, and in your firewall, what we need to do, we need to make sure we have configured the log forwarding, okay. Log forwarding profile has to be there, that has to be configured, and then we need to add this log forwarding profile in your security policy rule. Okay, so that has to be done. And also under the objects tab, you would have done that, right? So under the objects tab, we need to make sure the cloud logging is enabled. Okay, no, this is in your device tab. Yeah, in your device tab, the cloud forwarding that has to be enabled. And also in your device tab, you need to configure log forwarding profile. And in that log forwarding profile, you should have enabled it in your security policy rule. Okay, so these are few basic things, very simple for onboarding your NGFW into your XDR. Yeah. So XDR verification, once it is done, how do we validate it? How do we verify whether the logs are coming from my firewall to my XDR? Okay. For that, we need to make a SQL query. So we need to check whether the data sets are getting created and whether the logs are there in my data set or not. Okay. Now this will better understand when we complete the next module, your SQL module. Okay. So how to check this, how to give the query in order to check the table. We'll see this in the next module. Okay. So to validate the data, that your data is streaming correctly into your tenant, you may need to generate some traffic. Okay. If the data isn't streaming immediately. To do so, use an SQL query, check the data set. Now, whatever logs are there from NGFW, they will be coming and sitting in your data sets. So in your XDR, you will have data sets. All the logs will come and sit in your data sets. So you need to open the data set and you need to check the logs and you'll get the results like this. Okay. If these logs are being generated, yes, that means data is coming from my NGFW. It is available in my data set. Okay. So this we'll understand on the next module better. Yeah. So that's about your NGFW. Next is about broker VM. Now, what is broker VM? We already saw. It will act like a bridge. It will act like a proxy between our on-prem entities and your Cortex XDR. Okay. So broker VM, it will act as a secure intermediary. Okay. Between your network, between whatever elements are there in your network and your XDR. Okay, so it is essential for routing data and ensuring logs are collected for deeper analysis and forwarded for deeper analysis. Okay, additionally, what will do, it will facilitate service separation within your XDR using unified authentication. Okay, so that is your broker VM. What are the key features? So it is going to provide secure connection. Okay, so it is going to make sure secure routing of endpoints and log forwarding. So here we have that. Automatic updates. So if you are using the broker VM, automatically all the XDRs are going to get updates automatically. Okay, so receives updates and enhancements from XDR automatically. And high availability, you can make use of the broker VM in HA pair as well. Okay, so can be used to a high availability cluster to avoid single points of failure. Let's say your environment is very large. Okay, you have lots of data being ingested, lots of endpoints. Always you can use broker VM in HA pair. So you separately you can use, and it will be working based on your load balancing. Okay, depending on the load, it'll work efficiently. Okay, so yeah, so you can use it in HA pair. Now setting up the broker VM. So how the broker VM is set up? Okay, so setting up the broker VM ensures seamless data ingestion and processing. So it can support diverse environments and high performance requirements. Okay, so you can either do it in standalone, a single broker VM, or also HA pair. Okay, so you can choose based on redundancy needs. Okay, how you want the broker VM to be, whether standalone or HA pair, you can do that. Then there are some bandwidth requirements as well. Okay, so 10 megabits per second minimum. Okay, with optimized outgoing bandwidth of approximately 25% of incoming traffic. Okay, then you have the capacity. It can support a log ingestion of up to 90,000 logs per second. Okay, with the recommended setup. It can handle up to 90,000 logs per second. Okay. And also along with these things, you also have some hardware requirements. Okay. So where you can install the broker VM. So if you want to, let's say you're installing it on a bare metal, you can do that, but some hardware requirements are there. Okay. So you need to go and check the documentation. What are the hardware requirements for installing the broker VM? You need to check that, and you can install your broker VM in one of the bare metals in your network. Okay. So yeah, so you need to do that. Now, how do we deploy a broker VM? Okay, now we'll see that in our demo itself. Okay, so how do we add the broker VM? What are the steps? Okay, so pretty basic, very basic steps, right? So where do we deploy the broker VM? So first we need to download the image file. Okay, let's say you have a bare metal, you are going to install your broker VM on the bare metal. First we need the image file. Now, where do we get the image file for that? So go to settings. Okay, then go to configurations, and we'll have the data broker. Yeah, data broker is there. Under that you have broker VMs. Okay, now first we need to download the image file. So how do we do that? So on the top right you have add broker. Okay, so click on that and you'll have all these image files. And now depending on your requirement, your environment, whichever image file is applicable for you, okay, which will be suitable for you, you can download these image files. Okay, once the image files are downloaded, next you implement or install it on your bare metal. Okay, now once you install, what you'll do, what you'll get now, this is automatically there in our lab environment. So you have a broker VM. Once you install, you will get this page. Okay, where it's going to ask you to log in. Okay, now you need to enter the password. The password is given in the lab guide. So same thing you'll be doing in the labs as well. The password is Palo Alto 1 and exclamation. Yeah. So once you give the password, you need to log in into your program. Now this you have to do in one of the systems in your environment, in your network. Okay. One of the bare metals in your network. So download the image. So download the image from here, install it in one of the systems in your network, and it'll ask you to register. So first you need to log in, go to login. Okay. Once you log in, it'll give you all this basic information and ask you to register it. Okay. Now register means we need to bind this broker VM. The broker VM has to communicate to my Cortex XDR. That is nothing but your register option. Okay. Now when I register, it is going to ask me a token. Okay. Because to which XDR it should communicate. For that, it is asking for a token. Now token, how do I generate? Again, when I go to my management console, here again under add broker. Okay, so under broker VMs, I have add broker. Under this one, I have this option of generate token. Okay, I have this option of generate token. Now I have to generate the token. Okay, now remember from where I'm generating the token? From my Cortex XDR management console. Okay, now this is the token. I need to copy paste this one. So make sure you copy paste this, and this token I have to go and add it here. So I need to paste it here. Okay, whatever token I'm generating here in my management console, that one I am adding it here in my broker VM. Okay, now once it is generated, let's say done. Yeah, done. Right. So this broker VM, sorry, this token is being generated in my management console. Same one, I'm taking it here in order to register it. So when I register, it will know, the broker VM will know, okay, I am communicating to this management console. Now you can see you have got a message that, hey, the broker VM has registered successfully. So it is now, it will be now able to communicate to my management console successfully. Okay, so you can see done. Okay, now when you see here, this is your broker VM. So broker VM WM, sorry, VM, broker VM, WTEFT that is now registered to my Cortex XDR server. Okay, now I need to check in my management console whether this is reflecting or not. So when I come to this page and when I refresh this page, let me refresh this and check whether the same broker VM is now available here in this page or not. Okay, I'll do a refresh. And what is the name? So WTEFT. WTEFT. Whether that is there or not, let's see. Connected status. No, is this the one? Let me refresh it again. Okay, I'll put the status to connected. Whichever is getting connected, let's see. You can see here. WT, EFT, JSP. Yeah, that is the one. Okay, so I have it connected now. Now my broker VM is connected to my management console. So that is fine. The communication between broker VM and console XDR is working fine now. Okay. Now whatever logs the broker VM will collect, this broker VM will collect, it is going to send to my Cortex XDR. Okay. Now, but which logs will the broker VM collect? Now the XDR endpoints, so agents should be forwarding the logs first to my broker VM. Okay. Only then the broker VM will forward the logs to my XDR. Okay. For that, we need to do certain configurations. Right. So when I do a right click, okay, I have the option of configure. Okay. Now let me give a name for this. Okay. I have configure. All the basic configurations of your broker VM, you can configure it here. I'll just give a name. Right. So just for example, I'll give it a name. So let me name it as broker VM. What is my lab pod? My lab port is 32200. Yeah, that is my lab port. I will use that one. Okay. So, and I will give save. Okay. So that's my broker VM. And also I can set up the proxy. Okay. So I need to set up the proxy IP. So this is one, oh, not this one. That's my, what is the number did I give? This one, right? I'll refresh it. Why is the number name not changed? Again, I'll refresh. I'll configure again. I have changed the name. It is not changing. Okay, I think it should change. Let's see now. Nope, still it is the same. It should change. Let me refresh this page and see if it is changing or not. It is not. First, okay. First, I'll set up the nope. It's not changing only. I configure. Okay, first let me set up the proxy IP for this. Okay. It has changed now. You can see. So broker VM 32200. The name is changed. Okay. Now what I need to do, I need to add applications. Okay. Now for this broker VM to collect logs, I need to add applications. Okay. And these applications are called as applets. For example, let's say I want the endpoints to forward the logs to my broker VM. For that, I need to configure applications here. Okay. Now, how do I add applications? Do a right click. Okay. And add app. And these are all the different type of applets, different type of applications. Now, if I want this to receive any syslogs, okay, I need to configure the syslog collector. Okay, so like this, many types of this. This syslog collector I need to configure. Okay, similarly, let's say I want the agents to forward the logs to my broker VM. I need to forward the local agent settings. So I'll select local agent settings. Okay. Now what is the proxy? So this has to be enabled. Okay. I'll set enable it. Okay. Then what is the port number? So port number, let's say I will set it as 9000. Okay. So that is a port number I'm setting. Okay. Then that's it. So once I enable this, I need to activate this. Okay. My local agent application is now active in my broker VM. Okay, you can see what is the application ready, the local agent settings. That means that application is ready, configured. Okay, I want to configure any other new apps. That again I can do. So do a right click and go for add application. whichever application you want, you can add them here. Okay, now the application is ready, but now I want to configure the endpoints to forward the logs to broker VM. Now, how do I do that? For that, I need to go to the endpoints. Where is my endpoints? Go to inventory, go to all endpoints. Okay, now which endpoint should forward the logs to my broker VM? I need to decide that. Okay, now where is my endpoint? Let's go down to the bottom. 32200. This is my endpoint. Okay, so now this endpoint should forward the logs to broker VM, and the broker VM should forward it to my Cortex XDR. Okay, now how do I configure that? So again, do a right click. We have the endpoint control. We have set agent proxy. Okay, go to this one, set agent proxy, click on this one. Now it is going to ask the IP address. Okay, to which IP address? I need to define this one, broker VM IP address. So 192.168.1.136. So I will define that. Okay, so 192.168.1. What is the number? 136, is it? 1.136. Okay, so to that IP address I need to forward, and to which port number? Just now we configured, right? So 9000. Okay, so to this IP address I need to forward the logs from my endpoint to my broker VM. So I'll add this. Okay, and I will set this one. Okay, so that proxy configuration is added successfully. Now once this is done, what I need to do, I need to perform a heartbeat. Okay, so perform a heartbeat. Yeah, now after this, the logs will be forwarded from this endpoint to my proxy, that is my broker VM. From broker VM, it will be forwarded to my XDR. Okay, so that's how you are going to add your broker VM. You are going to set up the broker VM to collect the logs from my endpoint. So from you can add multiple endpoints. Let's say all these endpoints should forward the logs to broker VM. So I'll select everything. Okay, all the endpoints I will select, and then I don't want this. Yeah, everything I'll select, set up the proxy. All the endpoints are going to forward to that proxy, and then it will be forwarded to my XDR. Okay, so if you want to configure some other thing, some other logs connection, let's say syslog, that application has to be configured in your broker VM. So again, we need to go to settings, configurations, under broker VM. Yeah, all these applications will be there. So when you do a right click, you have the add app. All these applications are there. So you need to configure the applications for that. Whatever logs you want to collect, those applications has to be configured, and it will be collecting the logs. Okay, so that's how you set up the broker VM in your environment. Okay, let's go back to the slide deck. So you can deploy a broker VM. Okay, so make sure you check your environment compatibility. What is the image file that you have that you want to download? Download that. Okay, so multiple broker VMs, you can go for large environments. Okay. Then you need to install it. Okay, so make sure you install the broker VM images on your environment, so it is compatible with major cloud platforms, all these things. Okay, so it supports virtualization environments, all these things, and offers flexibility with images. All these images are there, so you can download whichever according to your infrastructure needs. You can download the images. Once you download it, make sure you install it. Once you install, you need to register it. Okay, so yeah, you can click on this and then download all the images. Make sure you install it. Once you install, you need to register it. Okay, so this is after installing, right? So you register it. Once you register it, again, you drop down here, generate the token. You add the token on your broker VM. Once you add the token, it will make sure it is binding up with this XDR console. Okay, so once it is binded, you will get the details here. So whether it is connected or not, you'll be able to view what is the version. Okay, so you'll get the status indicators, what is the configuration status, whether it is up to date or not. Okay, so you can track the status. You have the applet connected to which are the applications which have been enabled or not. Okay, so version, what is the version, CPU, memory, disk usage. For all these things, you have columns. You'll be able to view in your XDR console itself. Okay, so you can customize the columns. You want to add any more columns, you want to remove any columns, you can do that. Okay, then you can do a right click and do the configuration. You want to change the name. All these configurations are available. You can define the settings. Okay, Then you'll also get notifications. Any issues are there, you'll get notifications. So issue for node additions, removals, connectivity issues, you'll get the notifications. Whenever the disk usage exceeds 90%, again you'll receive the notification. Cluster failover notification, including errors. Any health issues are there. Okay, for standby node detection or recovery, you'll get the notifications. And if any updates are also there. Okay, updates on new broker VM versions, auto upgrade statuses, everything you'll receive notifications. Okay, you can check the notifications. Yeah, so that's about your broker VM. Finally, you also have the cloud identity engine. Okay, now it is very similar to user ID. So people who have worked with the firewall, next generation firewall, Palo Alto next generation firewall, if you have used that, you would have known the concept of user ID. Okay, now what the user ID agent will do, it will communicate to the domain controller. Okay, that is your Active Directory. Pull the logs from that and identify who is the user behind the IP address. Okay, that is a feature of user ID. Cloud Identity Engine, again the same thing. Okay, here Cloud Identity Engine is like an application which will again bind with the Active Directory, pull the logs. So who are all the users, all the logs, it will pull it and give it to your XDR. Okay, now XDR will know, okay, who is the user behind which IP address. Okay, so same functionality as your user ID application. Similarly, Cloud Identity Engine also is going to do the same thing. Okay, so it is going to bind with the Active Directory, that is your domain controller, pull the logs and give that information to your XDR. Okay, so similar type of application you are using Cloud Identity Engine here. Okay, so this Cloud Identity Engine is a cloud-based service that simplifies user identification and authentication for security policies. Right. So user identification, yes. So all the users, who are all the users sitting, that is being identified, and based on this information, you can perform identity-based analytics. Okay. Then using that information, you can enable policy enforcement, directory sync is done, and supports both cloud and on-premises. Okay. Now how this is set up is, for this first step, what you need to do is you need to go to the support portal. Okay. So go to your support portal. So support.paloaltonetworks.com, log into that. Then under resources, you have this hubs. Okay. So you have this option of hub under resources. That is all your applications, whatever applications you have got from Palo Alto, those applications will be listed down in your hub. Okay. So it is nothing but apps.paloaltonetworks.com. So you can log in into that. Again, the same login. Okay. Let it load. Yeah, so you'll go to apps.paloaltonetworks.com. Okay. Again, single sign-on only. Once you sign into your support portal, you will be able to log into this apps.paloaltonetworks.com. Okay. Now here you will have the application called Cloud Identity Engine. Okay. Now what you need to do, you need to come to this one. First, you need to activate it. Okay. Now I don't have the credentials to activate this, but yeah, first you need to activate your Cloud Identity Engine in your apps. Once you activate this one, you will be able to bind the Active Directory here itself. Okay, once you activate this, you will get the option to bind the Active Directory here. And for that, you will require the credentials, of course. That is your service account credentials. So you need to provide the base DN, bind DN. Okay, so those credentials you need to give and add your Active Directory here to your Cloud Identity Engine. Okay, once you add it here, so first you need to activate the Cloud Identity Engine, bind your Active Directory here. Once you do that, once you bind here, automatically now when you go to your XDR, okay, console, where you need to go to settings. Okay, under settings, go to configurations. Under configurations, you'll have yeah, under integrations, you'll have the Cloud Identity Engine. Okay, so go to Cloud Identity Engine, automatically it will reflect here. Okay, once you add your Active Directory here, so first activate it, add your Active Directory here using your credentials, service account credentials, base DN, bind DN, all those things has to be given here. Once it is added into your Cloud Identity Engine, automatically it will reflect here in your Cloud Identity Engine option here. It will reflect here. Okay, here you just need to activate it. You will get a switch. Okay, you'll get a enable switch. Just check that. Automatically it'll be activated here, and it will be binded with your Cortex XDR. Okay, once that is done, all the information from your Active Directory, the cloud identity engine will pull the logs, and it will give you to your Cortex XDR. Okay, pretty simple, very simple. First, activate it in your applications page. Okay, activate your cloud identity engine, bind your Active Directory, and then enable it here. That will be it. Okay, very simple in order to integrate your cloud identity engine with your Cortex XDR console. Okay, so yeah, that's what we need to do for your cloud identity engine to work. Okay. Yeah. So see, Cloud Identity Engine plays a role in policy enforcement and endpoint management within the XDR. Okay, so it will provide the user which group computer information for policy enforcement. All this information is available with your XDR. Okay, then enables user-based security policy rules in XDR. Okay, so it will support Active Directory integration for enhanced endpoint management. CIE must be activated in the same region as XDR. Now, this is very important. Okay, so where this must be wherever your XDR is in the same region. If it is in Europe, make sure it is in Europe. Okay, if it is Australia, this also should be in Australia, right? So whichever region it is, same. Make sure it is same. Okay? And then once you have all the information, that information is sent to the data set in your XDR. Okay, this is the data set which will be created in your XDR. So pan underscore DSS underscore raw data set. Okay, now how to check this data set? So we need to make SQL queries. So I want to retrieve data. I want to know who are all the users. I want to know that information. I need to make SQL queries. Okay, now how to use SQL queries, we'll see in the next module. Okay, so using SQL queries, we can retrieve the data from this data set. Okay, yeah. So first we need to activate the cloud identity engine. As I said, you need to go to the support portal, applications page, and activate your cloud identity engine. Okay, and also bind your Active Directory, whichever Active Directory you want to combine or bind it. Add that Active Directory using your credentials, service account credentials, base DN, bind DN, all those things. You need to bind it with your cloud identity engine. Once you do that, come to your XDR. You have under your integrations, you have cloud identity engine. You have a enable page here. Okay, just enable it here, and you'll be able to bind the cloud identity engine with your Cortex XDR. Okay, if you do that, automatically all the logs from your Active Directory will come to this one. From your CIE, it will come to your XDR. Okay, so that will be binding your or integrating your cloud identity engine with your XDR. Okay, and that's about it, I guess. Yeah, so that's the end of module number 3, guys. Any questions? Oh, I can see 12 participants have joined. Good job. All of you have joined, I guess. Yeah. Any questions, participants? Yes. No? Okay. If all good, give me a thumbs up. If all good, no questions. If all good, give me a thumbs up, please. Thank you.
Arun, one
Yes, sir.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think yesterday you show us about user configuration in what I'm not sure lah. It's not in the cloud identity engine, right? I think it's from the support portal one, right? Is that right?
Yeah. So we need to go to support portal. Okay.
Hmm.
From there, you can go to the apps page. So when you go to support portal, you have the hubs page. Okay. So go to hubs, and your support, this applications page will open. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I
here
mean,
you need to, huh.
yeah. I mean, in those support portal one, we can
Hmm?
also configure about the user things, right? Without this cloud
That is,
identity engine.
no, that is for administrators.
Okay.
Now, this is for your user. So, who is the user who are generating traffic? Now, in my office, normal users will be accessing the systems, right?
Uh-huh.
I want to know who is the user. So, let's say in my environment, for example, this is my office. Okay, so there is a switch, and there are multiple users connected to my switch. Okay, hundreds of users will be there. Okay, hundreds of systems are there. Okay, now this will be all these will have IP addresses, right? Now, who is the user? So let's say Bob is using this system, Sam is using this system, Alex is using this system. Okay, X is using this system, Y is using this system. Okay, and they are generating traffic, they are accessing the internet. Let's assume. Okay, now I want to know who are all these users. So you will be connecting to a Active Directory, of course. So let's say a domain controller is there. Okay. Now all these users, they will be authenticating via the domain controller. Okay. So the IP address along with the username information will be updated here. Okay. Now what my cloud identity engine will do is it will go and once you configure your domain controller Active Directory, it can go and take information from this about who is the user behind the IP address. Okay. Now that information is given to XDR. Now XDR, I will have the logs that Bob was the user who generated some traffic. Now let's say Bob is connected to the internet. Bob is trying to download some malicious activity or some malicious file Bob is downloading. Okay. Now that information I will know from the XDR. Okay. Behind my IP address 192.168.1.20, the user is Bob. Okay. Now I want to take any action. Let's say I want to isolate this endpoint. I can do that from my XDR. Okay. Now this is not about the administrators. Administrators, yes, whatever administrators who are there in your office, they can be done using your customer support portal. Now these are users who are using your systems in your office. Normal users who are generating traffic, accessing the internet, doing the work. Those things. Your endpoint users. Yeah, you
Okay,
can. Yeah.
got it. So, without this cloud identity engine,
Hmm.
what happened to the information of the user itself? I mean, we already install the SDR things, right? Inside the all of the endpoints, right? So, I mean, without this cloud identity engine,
Hmm.
we cannot detect the user login on those XDR things
No,
endpoint.
this will give you all the, even if agent is not there. Let's assume agent is not there.
Okay.
Then your cloud identity engine will help us to identify who are all the users. Even in other systems where agents are not there, even there it will get the details.
Okay, I see. I
Yeah.
see. Okay, sure, sure. Got it, got it. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that question. Any other questions? No? All good then? Okay. Awesome. So for this module, these are the labs which are there. So you'll be onboarding broker VM, run data simulator. You'll be configuring your EDLs, right? So your external dynamic list where you can add any IP address or malicious domains if you have, you can add that, and that will be acting as a source. Now, when you add a NGFW firewall, okay, you can have this EDLs. And this EDLs will be given as source to my firewall that, hey, these are all malicious domains. Now, if you have worked with the firewall, you will know you can add the EDLs here, external dynamic list here. Okay. Where my XDR will act as a source. Now, firewall will come and check, is this a malicious domain? Is this a malicious IP? If yes, the firewall is going to block the traffic. Okay. So you can add EDLs and as well as you'll do the tag. Okay. Now, while you do the lab number 9 EDL, your IP address, I think, will not work. Your malicious domain you will be able to add, but that one step will not work properly in the lab. Okay, so you can skip that, not a problem. But yeah, just for your information, I'm letting you know. One of the steps by in your adding EDL, it will not work. Okay, so yeah, so that's about it, guys. One module done for the day. Now, before going to the next module, let's take a small break, coffee break, tea break. Since we are already 1.5 hours into the session, we'll take a small break. Okay. So please have some good coffee, tea, whichever is your preference, and join back in 15 minutes. Okay. I'll put the timer. Yeah. See you after the break, guys. Thank you. Hello, participants. I hope you all are back. Shall we start the next module? Yes, can I get some responses? Okay, one thumbs up. What about others? Shall we start? Okay, one more. Okay, one more thumbs up. Okay, thank you. Okay, I guess we'll jump to the next module. Give me a moment. Yeah. So I hope my screen is visible, guys, and I hope I'm loud and clear. So let's get started with module number 4, which is about XQL, okay, which is nothing but Cortex Query Language. So XQL stands for Cortex Query Language. Yeah. So XQL. Okay. Now, okay, before starting the module, let me ask you guys, how many of you here already have worked with XQL? That is Cortex Query Language. How many of you know Cortex Query Language? Or how many of you have worked with this? Anyone? Or is it new for everyone? Yeah. How many of you have already worked with this? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, so Kim has used this. Okay, what about others? So one of them has already worked with SQL. What about others? Anyone else? No? Okay, so this is pretty new for everyone, I guess. Okay, so we are being introduced to the Cortex SQL. Okay, I can see one message. Have played a bit with it. Okay, so Sumadi has used it little, and KM also has worked with this. Okay, and it is new for most of us. Okay, now what I'm going to do is so better, I'm not going to bore you with all the slides. Okay, I'm not going to teach this module with the slide deck and bore you with it because already previous module we had all the slides. Okay, we went through the slides. This module we'll try to understand this in the demo itself. Okay, we'll see how to make use of SQL. Okay, and how to do the querying. What are the different options? What are the different components, stages? Everything we'll see it in the demo itself. Okay, I'm not going to scroll through the slide deck and explain it to you guys. Okay, so yeah, so first let's try to understand why we need to use SQL in the first place. Okay, so what is the purpose of using SQL, and why we need to do it and how we can do it. We'll try to first understand the concept. Okay, so for that, let me take you to whiteboard. Where is my whiteboard? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so yeah, so we'll come to this later. These are the different components which I have given. I'll come to this later. Before this, we'll try to understand why we need to use SQL. Okay, yeah, let it be here. Let me refresh this page once. Okay, and I will put this on the side. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now let's try to understand why we need to use SQL. Now, let's say we have the Cortex XDR with us. This is our Cortex XDR. Let's assume Cortex Data Lake, okay, where all the logs are going to come and sit. Okay, now this is my Cortex XDR. Cortex XDR. Okay, now let's say we have multiple endpoints here. Sorry. we will delete these things. Yeah. Okay. So let's assume, why is it not working? Just give me a moment, guys. I'll close this one and I'll open it again. Some issue with my pen. Pen is not working properly. That's why. Okay. And delete these things. Okay. Now it's perfect. Yeah. So let's assume, no, again, it is working like this. No. Okay, fine. Let it be. Okay. Now let's assume we have again some issue with my pen. I think it should work now properly. Let's say we have some endpoints here. Okay, so these are my endpoints where my agent software is installed. Okay, now what these endpoints will do, this will be generating the logs and sending it to my Cortex XDR. Okay, so that way, whatever logs are being identified, let's say they are all having pro license. Okay, so they will be sending all the alerts as well as all the enhanced endpoint data continuously. These endpoints are going to send the logs to my Cortex XDR. Okay, let's assume we also have the next generation firewall with us. So our Palo Alto Networks next generation firewall is also available, and we have integrated the next generation firewall also to send the logs. Let's assume we have some third-party tool, okay, a security tool like Sentinel-1 or whatever it may be, that is also integrated and that is also forwarding logs to us. Okay, now some other firewall, let's say, okay, let it be enough. Okay, so I'll undo this. Yeah, so these are all the different things which are continuously forwarding the logs to my Cortex XDR. Okay. Now, what happens as these logs come and hit my Cortex XDR? What is going to happen? Okay, so the first thing we need to understand is as the rules are coming in, as the logs are coming in and hitting my Cortex XDR, it has to check what is the source of these logs, from where these logs are coming. Okay, then it has to check whether it is in proper format or not. Okay, whether it is in proper format or not. Then it has to see whether whatever information is coming, whether that is useful to me or not, whether it's some unwanted information is there, whether I want to reject that, whether I want to accept that, that has to be checked. Okay, and then also now Cortex XDR will have multiple data sets. Okay, you can call it as containers. Okay, it will have these containers. Now these containers are nothing but data sets. Okay, so it will have multiple containers like this, and that is nothing but your database, or you call it as data sets. Okay, these are all containers. Okay, so it has to decide to which container these logs should go and sit. Okay, and all of these things is done by the parsing rules. So you have something called parsing rules. Okay, now what do the parsing rules do? The parsing rules is the one which will check from where the logs are coming. What is the source of the logs? Whether the logs are coming from endpoints, whether the logs are coming from NGFW, whether the logs is coming from Sentinel-1, whether the logs are coming from Checkpoint firewall, whether it is from Cisco firewall. Who is the source? What is the source? That will be identified by the parsing rules. Okay. Then it will see in what is the format, whether it is coming in a structured format or not, that will be checked. Okay, then it will see whether whatever information is coming, Out of that information, what is required for me, what is not required for me, the filtering. Okay, the filtering happens. Then it is the one which will decide to which container these logs should go and sit. So let's say the logs coming from endpoint should go and sit in the XDR data. You have one container, a data set called XDR data. So it should go and sit in that container. Then let's say the NGFW logs, let's say the traffic logs are coming, it should go and sit in this container. Okay, so that also will be decided by the parsing. That is nothing but routing the logs to the data sets. Okay, now all these things are done by the parsing rules. Now parsing rules, if you say, there are two types. One is your predefined, okay, or you can call it as default rules, or also you have a user defined rules. Okay, now what do you mean by predefined, sorry, or default rules? You default or predefined means already have some parsing rules given to us by Palo Alto. Okay, XDR has its own default parsing rules and it will take care of all these things, whatever we discussed. Okay, or you have your own rules. Let's say according to your organization you want to specify some specific things. Okay, you want to configure it in your own way. Okay, for that you want to write your own rules. You can also configure your user defined rules. Okay, you can write your own rules here, how you want to pass the information, which information you want to accept, which information you want to reject, you want to filter out. Okay, so those rules you can also write. Mostly default rules will do the job. Okay, but you want some rules specific to your organization, you can also write your user defined rules. Okay, so this is what your parsing rules will do. So for example, let's say if the logs are coming from NGFW, okay, your next generation firewall is integrated. Okay, now as these logs are coming, the parsing rules will check. Okay, and it will identify what is the source. So the source is identified as NGFW. Well and good. Okay, then we'll check whether the information which is coming in is in proper format or not, whether it is in XML format, JSON format. It will check that. Okay, then it will filter out what is the information that is required, what is the information that is not required. All those things it will check. Okay, then it will understand to which container it has to be put. So that means what is the data set. Now these are all called as data sets. The container are called as data sets. Okay, now the parsing rule will identify the source. Okay, now how it is going to name the data set is, it is going to identify what is the vendor. Now here the NGFW, what is the vendor? The vendor is Palo Alto Networks. Okay, so that will be the name, followed by what is the product. So here the product is NGFW. So it will name it as NGFW. Okay, then whether the logs are coming from outside, yes, it is coming from outside. Now what type of log is it? It is, let's say it is a threat log or traffic log or URL filtering log. What is the type of log? So that will be mentioned. So NGFW, the type of log is traffic log. Okay, and it is a raw log. Now if it is coming from outside, it is called as a raw log. Okay, any logs being generated inside itself within context XDR, it is creating the logs, it is called as user logs. Okay, so a few types of data sets are there, I'll come to that. Okay, but the logs are coming from outside here from NGFW, so it will be called as raw logs. Okay, now once this is identified, now the parsing rules will decide, okay, on which container these logs has to go. Okay, and the XDR will have a container with this name, Palo Alto Networks, that is the vendor name, then what is the product, what type of log. So this container name will be this one. So parsing rules will say, okay, these logs, you go and sit into this container. Okay, similarly, let's say the endpoint logs are coming. The logs are coming from the endpoints. Okay, parsing rules will check it and it will have a container called XDR data. Now this container is called as XDR underscore data. So automatically the default rules will say, sorry, the parsing rules will say, okay, these logs should go and sit into this data set. Okay, so that's what the parsing rules will do. So it will identify the type of logs and it will route to the correct data set. Okay. If a data set is not available, let's say these logs are coming and this data set was not there. The logs are coming for the first time. Okay. And the data set was not there. A container was not there. Then it will create a new container. So it will create a new container and put those logs into this new container. If the container was not there, okay, if it is there already there, put the logs directly into it. If it is not, if the container is not there, create a container, create a new data set, and then put the logs into that container. Okay, so this is the job of the parsing rules. Now we'll talk about data sets. Okay, now what are data sets? Again, let me say data sets are nothing but containers. Data sets are nothing but containers where the logs are stored in a meaningful format. Okay, so so it will be a data set where it will have the columns. Okay, all the columns will be there, the column name will be there. Okay, and all the entries will be populated in these logs in this container. Okay, so whatever information is coming, everything is available in the containers. Okay, now that is your data set. So these containers are data sets where the information or the logs are stored. Okay, now inside this data, now if you, let's say I want to query this data set. Okay, for example, okay, now we'll try to understand why SQL is used in the first place. Okay, now we have the Cortex XDR with us. Okay, where all the logs are stored. Okay, now I am an analyst. Let's say I'm an analyst coming. And now I want to go and check these data sets. Okay, I want to search the logs in the data set. How do I do that? For that, we will be using SQL. Okay, so SQL is used to extract the information. Whatever information is there in my data set. Let's say I want to know what are the entries there in XDR data. Okay, I want to know about this. Okay, now how do I check that? So first I need to extract the information from the data set. Then I need to transform it into meaningful information. Okay, I need to transform it into some meaningful information and I need to load it into my GUI. Okay, into my interface, that is my console interface. I want to load this information there. Okay, so I need to extract it, load it, transform it and load it. So for this ETL purpose, I am going to use the language called Cortex Query Language. That's what we need SQL for, in order to go and read the information from my data set. Okay, I am going to use my Cortex Query Language. Now, this is very similar to your SQL. Now, if you have heard about SQL, that is in your database management systems, if you want to get the information, we will be using structured query language. Okay, the same equivalent in your Cortex XDR is your SQL. This is called as Cortex Query Language. Okay, so if I want to get information from my data sets, load it into my GUI, I will be using SQL. Okay, for example, a small example, let me give you. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to discuss much about the stages or what it is. Just a small example now. Later we'll see in detail. Okay, now where do I use the SQL is I need to go to, let's say, investigation and response. Okay, and here you have the search. I'll have the query builder. Now I am going to do a SQL search. Okay, for example, let's say on my endpoint. Now this is my endpoint. Okay, now on my endpoint, I am performing some functions. So let's say I'm opening CMD. Okay, I'm opening CMD. Command prompt, I'm opening. Okay, now this information I want to check in my SQL. Okay, now some function I'm performing. Okay, on my endpoint. Now this log as your enhanced endpoint data should go and reach my XDR, right? So this should be available in my XDR as logs that, hey, the user on the endpoint opened command prompt. This should be there on my SQL. Okay. Now what I'll do a perform a heartbeat, as I want this as my enhanced endpoint data sent as immediately. I will perform a heartbeat. Okay. Yeah. Now I'll go to my SQL. Okay. And I'm going to check whether the endpoint user opened CMD or not. Okay, cmd.exe was used or not. So what I'll do, I'll open a data set. So don't worry, I'll explain all these things. I'm just giving you a small example. Okay. So I will open a data set, which is nothing but your XDR data. Okay, XDR data. Okay. And in that, I'm going to check the fields. What field I should check? I want to check, let's say, action process. Yeah. Or I will use the filter itself. Why I need to check the fields? Yeah. I will use the filter and filter act, actor. I will use the actor process. Again, don't worry. I will explain all these things. Okay. Actor process image name. Yeah. Actor process image name, which contains let's say cmd.exe. Yeah. Okay. And the time frame I want to check is, let's say I want to check for the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Let's keep it as 10 minutes. Okay. Apply. Okay. Now what I'm doing, this log, whatever I did on my endpoint, what did I do on my endpoint? I opened a CMD. I opened a command prompt. Okay. And this log, I want to check. So if I open something, whatever I do on my endpoint, okay, whatever I do on my endpoint, we know should go and collected as logs in my Cortex XDR. Okay. So that's what I'm checking, whether those logs are now available in my Cortex XDR node. So I'm opening a data set. Okay. So data set XDR data. And in that I'm checking whether any logs are containing with cmd.exe. Okay. Now I'm going to run this. Now, all these stages, what is this data set? What is this filter? All these things I will explain. Don't worry. Okay. So yeah, I have run the query, and below I will get the result. Whether any result is there. You can see the actor process cmd.exe was open on this endpoint. You can see 32200. That is my endpoint, right? And the IP address is this. Okay. And this is the endpoint name. Okay. So yes, I get the logs. In the last 5 minutes, yes, two results are there. So you can see two results. So twice this log has got generated on this endpoint. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. I am checking the logs whether these events are there or not. Okay, that's what I'm trying to explain here. Okay, so what did I do in my endpoint? I opened cmd.exe. Okay, that I opened in my endpoint. Okay, now that will be sent as logs, as enhanced endpoint data logs to my Cortex XDR. Okay, now that event will be there in my data set. Okay, now what I did, I used my SQL to check whether this log is there or not in my data set. Okay, now you would have got an idea why we are using SQL in order to check my data sets. Okay, what are the logs being generated? What are the logs being added in my data set? If I want to extract that information, transform into a meaningful value that is in my tables and load it into my GUI, I am using SQL. Okay. Now we'll come to data sets. Okay. Now what are data sets? Data sets are nothing but your containers. Okay. Now all the logs coming from endpoints are going to be stored in XDR data. That is your default data set. Okay. For logs coming from NGFW, it will be stored in this data set, and that data set name will be panw underscore NGFW underscore traffic dot underscore raw. Okay, so each data set will have the name. I'll show you what are the data sets, what are the different types of data sets. I'll show you. Okay, so data sets are nothing but containers. Few containers are created when the new logs comes. Few data sets are created automatically, or I want to create a new data set. Let's say I want to create a new data set with some name. I can also do that. And those are called as user datasets. Okay, whatever dataset I am creating as a user, those are called as user datasets. Okay, so I hope you get the idea what is dataset. Nothing but containers which contain the logs. Okay, now under datasets you have something called presets. Okay, now what are presets is, now this container, if you say, let's say the XDR data. Okay, now this container is very huge. So this XDR data, this container is a very huge container. Okay, it will contain lots of logs. Okay, now if I am querying this container, let's say I want to query this container, it has to go through lots of information, everything it has to go through, and then give me the output. Okay, now instead of doing that, what Palo Alto did is, inside this big container, they created small containers. Okay, so they created small containers of specific information. Okay, so this small container will have a very specific information. And these small containers are called as presets. Okay, it is called as preset. Okay, that means if I want to query any specific information, instead of querying the whole dataset, whole XDR dataset, I can query only the preset. Okay, so that means it will query only, it is going to search only the small container. Easily it can identify the information. Easily it can give the output. Okay, now if I query the whole container, it will take up lots of resources. The CPU cycles which are used, to get the information, it will be more. The CPU cycles used is more. The resources used is more. Whereas if I am querying the small container within the big container, to query this one, to extract information from this one, the CPU cycles required are very less only. Okay, it is not going to use much of the CPU cycles. You have something called compute usage. Okay, so compute usage will be used when you query. Okay, that will come in the cold storage. I don't want to discuss that now. Okay, that we'll see later. Okay, but the concept is, if you are querying the small container within a big container, if you are querying only the small container, it is going to use only less resources. The CPU cycles are going to use only less. Okay, that's why what Palo Alto people did is, inside the large container, they created small containers with some specific information. Okay, and only that information can be queried, and the resources used for that will be less. Okay, so those are called as presets. Inside a large container called dataset, you have something called presets. Okay, now these presets are only defined by Palo Alto. We cannot create these presets. Datasets, yes, we can create, but within that dataset, if we want to create small datasets, we cannot do that. That is done only by Palo Alto, and only for specific datasets, like for example, XDR data. Okay, only for such datasets, it's going to have presets. Okay, so these are all predefined. These presets are all predefined. We cannot create them. Okay, and also in preset, we have two types. One is a regular preset. Another one is a story preset. Okay, now regular preset will be a normal preset. That is, again, it will have specific information. Okay, story preset will have the information in like a sequential manner. It will be like a story, one after the other. Okay, so what is the information after that? The information in the way of a story. Okay, so in like a continuous information. Okay, sequential information. If it is stored like that, it's called as to story preset. Normal presets, that is information, all the information, basic information, that will be in the regular preset. Okay, so presets, again, two types, regular and story. Again, all these are predefined. We cannot create these presets, or no, if we want to, we cannot create that. These are all predefined by the Palo Alto itself, by the Palo Alto Cortex XDR. These are all predefined. Okay, so that's about your presets. Now, you want to know what are the type of data sets available. You want to know about the parsing rules. Let me show you, right? So when I go to my Cortex XDR, we need to go to the settings page. So go to back to main, go to settings. Okay, and when you go to configurations, And when you scroll down, you'll have something called data management, data set management. Yeah, you have data management. Under that, you have data management, data set management. Okay, so when you go to data management, you will be able to view all the data sets. Okay, so whatever data sets are created or whatever data sets are available, they all will be listed down here. Okay, you can see totally as of now 150 data sets are there. Now you want to know what are the different data sets. Let me zoom out little so that it's clear. Yeah. So here you have few raw data sets, then you'll have few system data sets, some user data sets. Let's see what are the types of data sets, right? So when I filter it, okay, so let me zoom in now. When I click on this filter, you can see all these type of data sets. Okay. Now what are raw data sets? Raw data sets are the ones which are coming from outside. Okay. For example, your NGFW, if the logs are coming from outside NGFW, for that it will have a specific data set. Now if you can see here, PANW, PANW is nothing but your vendor name. Okay. NGFW is nothing but your product name. What type of log, whether it is traffic log or threat log, then it is a raw log. That means these logs are coming from outside. So checkpoint, you have logs coming from checkpoint, Palo Alto Networks firewall. Okay, all these are raw data sets coming from outside. Okay, so I hope you understand what is a raw data set. Next, you have some log data sets called system and system audit. Okay, now these system and system audit data sets are created by the Palo Alto itself, by the Cortex XDR itself automatically. Okay, so whatever data sets are created internally are your system and system audit logs. Okay, so these data sets, these containers are created automatically by your Cortex XDR. Those are system and system audit data sets. Okay, next you have data sets called user. Now, what do you mean by user? If I am creating a data set, okay, if the administrators or the analysts who are coming and accessing the Cortex XDR, I want to create a data set, those are called as user data set. Now some data set called demo Tuesday user, this was created. Okay, now some administrator would have created this one. Those are the data sets called user data set. Okay, then we have one more type called correlation. Okay, now correlation data sets are created whenever you are creating a data set using correlation rules. Okay, due to that, any data set is created, that is correlation rules, a correlation data set. Okay, then you have something called lookup. Lookup data sets are mostly used for enriching the data. So any columns you want to add, any columns you want to remove, any columns for data enrichment, you will be using lookup data sets. Okay, so these are few types of data sets which are available in your Cortex XDR. That is nothing but containers which are there in Cortex XDR. Okay, so here you can view the types of data sets that are created and which are available in your Cortex XDR. Okay, then you have to know about the parsing rules. No, before this, yeah, here you have the storage. Okay, now you have two types of storage. One is hot storage, another one is cold storage. Now let me explain you that. Okay, now there are two types of storage. One is hot storage, another one is cold storage. Okay, now hot storage is there for 31 days. Okay, by default 31 days of traffic or data will be stored in hot storage. After that, the data will move to cold storage and the data will be stored in the cold storage for 186 days, and that is by default. Again, these are default values. You want to increase the number of days, again you need to get separate license for that. Okay, you need to pay some extra money and you will get the whatever extension you want, you can get that. Okay, but this is by default. Hot storage will be there, that is the logs will be there in hot storage first for 31 days, then those logs will be moved to your cold storage for 186 days. Okay, now hot storage, if you want to search logs, that is the most recent logs. Okay, you want to do any threat hunting in the most recent logs, you will be using hot storage. Cold storage is used whenever, let's say, you want to search the older logs, very older logs, or you want to do any auditing, okay, or you want to do threat hunting on your older logs, then you will be using cold storage. Okay, now hot storage is readily available. You will get the results immediately because it is hot, it is the most recent logs. Whenever you, let's say, you do a query, you will get the results more easily. But cold storage, you will require compute units. Okay, compute units, nothing but there are some compute units required if you want to do the query. Not that you can keep on querying the cold storage. No, it will require some compute units. Okay, now again, free compute units are given to you. You want to do a more number of queries from the cold storage. You want to keep on, querying. For that, some compute units are required. If your free compute units are exhausted, you can again pay some money, get the extra license. Okay, extra compute units you can get. Okay, now how many queries you can do using compute units, that you have to search. You need to check your documentation. But yeah, so hot storage is readily available, easily you can query. Cold storage, if you want to query, it will require compute units and it will require some time. Okay, more process is required, and you can use it for, let's say, any auditing purpose, or you want to query any older logs, you can go and query the cold storage. Okay, but yeah, but both are available for you, right? And these are the default number of days in which the logs are stored. So you can see here the hot storage and cold storage number of days, how number of retention days. Okay, then you have the parsing rules. So under dataset management, you have the parsing rules. Okay, now parsing rules, either it can be user defined. You want to write your own rules, you can define it here. Okay, or you have the default rules. Default rules most probably will be enough, right? So um, it will be used to understand what is the source of the logs. Okay, whether the logs are required or not, which logs I want to filter out, and to which data set they have to be stored. What is the target data set? Okay, so all those are defined in your parsing rules. So you have some default rules, and also you want to configure your own rules according to your specific requirements. You can write your own rules as well. Now default rules cannot be changed. You cannot modify this is by default. Okay, but you want to write your own rules, you can do it in your user defined. Okay, you want to view both, you want to have a comparison of how the default rules look like, how your rules, whatever rules you are writing, you want to check that, you can do a comparison of both. Okay, and also you want to simulate, let's say you are writing your own rules. Okay, and you want to know what will be the output, you can check that using simulate button. Okay, so this is your parsing rules page where you can check the rules, parsing rules. Okay, yeah, now let's go back to our example, our environment. Okay, so we understood why we need to use SQL. Okay, so in order to check the logs from my data set, to extract the data, to transform it, and to load it into my GUI, I will be using SQL. Okay, now let's understand where we are going to use SQL. Okay, where we are going to do the query. Okay, so we need to go to investigation and response, and under search I have the query builder. Okay, and now I'm going to do a SQL search. Okay, so click on SQL search. Now this is where I am going to write the query, SQL query. If I want to extract any information, this is where I'm going to write that query. Okay, so this is your query bar. Okay, so in this box is where you are going to write the query. Then you can select the time frame here. Okay, so what is the time frame of the logs I want to search? Whether I want to search the logs for the past 1 day, or whether I want to search the logs for the past 24 hours, or whether I want to search the logs for the past 7 days, 30 days, or any relative time. Okay, I can define the relative time as well. Okay, what is the time frame in which I want to search the logs? I can define it here. And using this button, run, once I write the query, I can click on run. I will get the output. Okay, I'll get the results. Okay, so or I want to schedule this query. Okay, so let's say I want to just save this query now. I will run it later. Those options are also available here. Okay, some basic options. Next, here below, if I run any query, let's say I write the query and then I run it, the results will be available below here. So you have the query results. Those results will come down here. Okay, then you have the SQL helper. Now if you are very new to your SQL, okay, you can always use this SQL helper where it will let you know about what are the different stages. Let me zoom out. Yeah, what are the different stages that you can make use of, what are the functions, what are the operators, just to have an introduction. All the information is given here, the different stages, everything will be listed on here. You can read, okay, what is the stage, what does it mean, that information you will be able to understand here. Okay, Then you have the query library. Query library, you have some predefined list of queries. Okay, already some queries are given by Palo Alto. You can make use of those queries directly. For example, this is some query. Okay, so ingested data sources in XIM. If I want to know, this is the query. Okay, and data volume. So if you want to search for any suspicious file like this, multiple queries are already available. You can just copy paste these queries and do the search. Okay, so this is some queries available predefined by Palo Alto. Okay, then you have the schema option. Now schema option, you will get to know about what are the different columns. Okay, now if you want to search for one data set, let's say you want to search for XDR data, this data set you want to search. Okay, you want to know what are the different columns, what is the schema of this data set. So now this data set will have multiple columns. Let's say this is the data. Okay, so this is the data, it will have multiple columns. You want to know what are these columns, what is the schema of this data set, that you will be able to view here in your schema. Now you can see the data set is XDR data. In that data set, time is a column, this is a column, story ID, backtrace identities, all these are nothing but columns, the heading of the columns. Okay, and what type of column it is, whether it is a string, whether it is an integer, what type of column it is, whether the column is an array, whether the values which are populated is an array or not, that is defined here. And also you'll get the description. So what does this column mean? Okay, that description also you will get it here. Okay, so the schema of any data set, you will get it under this schema option. Okay, so this is the basic things we should know before writing a query here. Okay, now let's write a query. Now before writing a query, we need to know what are the different components of SQL. Okay, so for that I have this option, this diagram here. Okay, we need to know what are the components of SQL. Now it has three components in SQL. Okay, one is stages, which is the most important component. Then you have functions and also you have operators. Okay, so these are the three components of SQL. Now out of this, okay, first we'll see operators. Now what are operators? Now operators are nothing but it will define the relationship between variables and values. Okay, so operators pretty easy, right? So equal to, not equal to, great and, or, not, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. These are all operators which we'll be using in queries. Okay, what these operators will do? Define the relationship between variables and the values. Okay, so equal to, not equal to, greater than, less than, and, or, all these are operators which we'll be using in the queries. Okay, so this is pretty basic. We all know about operators. Okay, then also you have the functions. Okay, now what do functions do? This is another component. Okay, so this will help in data transformation process. Okay, to transform the data. Okay, offering a means to convert data into desired formats. So what is the format in which we want the data? To use that, to do that, we will use the functions component. Okay, for example, let's say we have a time. Okay, we have a timestamp, and from that timestamp we want to only get the hours value. Now timestamp, what the timestamp will have, it will have all the information of the timestamp. So what is the date, what is the day, what is the month, a year, and then the time, hours, seconds, minutes, everything will be there. Out of that information, I want only the hours value. I can extract that using the functions. Okay, or let's say I have two columns. I want to bind both the columns in a single column. I can extract that and convert it into a single column. Okay, to perform all these things, we will be using the functions component. Okay, now as we write the queries, we'll try to understand what functions are. Okay, so that is another component which we can use. Then the last component and the most important component is your stages. Okay, now stages, what are stages? Now stages are nothing but each stage in an SQL query performs specific operations on the data. Okay, so whatever operation we want to perform, we will do that using stages. Okay. And remember, very important, the output of one stage serves as the input of subsequent stage. So let's say I'm giving a stage. Okay. The output of this one will be the input of the next stage. Then the output of this one will be the input of next stage. Okay, so that is very important. Okay, and now as we go through the stages, we'll understand this in a better. Okay, now let's write a query and then give the stages. Okay, so now there are multiple stages. So totally there are up to 20 stages, 20 to 21, if I'm not wrong. Okay, but out of them, these are the 14 stages that we need to know. Okay, these are the 14 important stages which we should know. Okay, if we master these 14 stages, that will be enough. Okay, so other stages, yes, we can know, but these are the most important 14 stages that we should know about. Okay, now let's understand, or let's explore all these stages. So let me zoom out little more. Yeah, I'll concentrate on stages first. Okay, now what is the first stage? The first stage we are going to talk about is data set. Okay, now what does this data set stage means? It will define which container are we going to query. Now there are multiple data sets. Okay, but which data set do we want to check? So out of all these data sets, which data set am I going to query? Am I going to query the Palo Alto Networks next generation firewall data set, or am I going to query the third party data set, or am I going to query the XDR data set, which is the endpoint data set? Which one I'm going to query? That is defined by your data set stage. Okay, so that is defined by your dataset stage. For example, now how do you give this command? So when I go to my XDR console, I will give the dataset. So first stage, we will use the dataset stage. Okay, let me zoom in. Yeah. So what is the command, or what is the command for that? So I need to type dataset. Okay, now as I type, it will give me options, automatic options. Okay, so I can just click on enter and it will be auto populated. Okay, so this is my data set stage. Now I have to define which data set. Now this is my syntax. Okay, this is my keyword or command, I can say. Next I have to define which data set. Okay, so equal to I need to name the data set. So for example, I will use the XDR default data set itself. So XDR data. Yes, XDR data. Okay, so this is the data set which I want to query. Now I can run this itself just by writing this query. I can run it now itself. Okay. Now how much logs I want to view, that I can select it from the time frame. Okay. Let's say I want to view the logs only for the last 10 minutes. Whatever logs are there in my XDR data set for that last 10 minutes, I want to view all of them. Okay. So click on this and then run it. Just click on run. All the logs from my XDR dataset which are generated for the last 10 minutes will now be available as results. Now it is running. Now this will be huge amount of data, so it will take some time. Okay, so let's see if the results are there. Yeah, so you can see here I have found 54,819 results. Those many entries have been added in the last 10 minutes in my XDR data set. Okay, again, let me zoom out little so that I can show you. Yeah, so these are all the output entries. So I have 54,800 results here. Again, let me zoom out little more. Okay, so these are all the entries. All these entries have been added here. Okay, now comes your schema part. Now what is the use of schema? If I want to view what are the different columns here, so these are all the columns. So we have time, agent host name, agent IP address, MAC, actor process image name, action process image name. These are all the multiple columns. Okay, all these columns are available in my XDR data set. Okay, now what are these columns? If I want to know, go to schema. Go to schema and all those columns will be listed on here. Okay, so you have the time column, We have the story, agent data, action, actor, process. Multiple times of multiple columns are there. Okay, so you can come here, search for it, read the description, what the column is about. Okay, all these columns are there. Okay, so now you get the idea, I guess, about what is a dataset stage. So dataset stage, it will define you which dataset I want to view. So which dataset I want to view, which dataset output I want to view, that is given by your dataset XDR dataset. Okay. Yeah. So that is the first stage. Okay. Now I'll tick whatever you are completing. I'll tick. So dataset stage we already know. Okay. Now what is preset? Preset is nothing but a subset of dataset. Okay. Inside a dataset, if you want to search for a specific set, specific information, we'll be using preset. Okay. But it will have limited fields specific to investigation. And these are all predefined. Your preset is predefined, given to us by Palo Alto itself. Okay. We cannot create a preset. So this is a specific type of data set within a container. Okay, that is presets. Okay, now if you want to search inside that, that also you can do. But now we'll concentrate on data set. Okay, if you want to search a preset, that also we can do. Okay, so yeah, we'll see that later. Next is your fields stage. Now what is field stage? Now we have opened a data set. Okay, but the whole data set is available for me now. Okay, so now in here in my output, the whole data set is available as output. Okay. Now, out of this, I want to view only specific columns. Okay. I don't want to view so many columns in my output. Okay. These many columns are there. I don't want to view all the columns. I want to view only specific columns. How do I mention that? Using my fields stage. Okay. Using the fields are nothing but what is the column I want to view. Okay, so fields is nothing but to define the fields or column of interest. Which column specifically I want to view, that one I can define using my field stage. Okay, now how do I type that? How do I give the syntax for that? Okay, now I'll go to the next line. I'll go to the next line. Okay, now whenever I go to the next line and I'm starting a new field, or sorry, whenever I'm starting a new stage, I have to use the delimiter command. Delimiter means your pipe. That means it is the starting of a new stage. One stage has ended. Now I am starting a new stage. How I will define that? By using this pipe command. Okay. So using pipe, next I need to mention the next stage. So field, I'm going to check the fields. Okay. So fields, enter. Now I need to define what are all the columns I want to view. For example, let's say I want to view what columns is available now. Let me zoom out little. Yeah. So let's say I want to view agent host name. Now I need to type those column names. Okay. Agent host name. Yes, that column I want. Then I want to view, let's say, agent IP address, just for example. Okay. Agent IP address. Okay. Then I want to view, let's say, actor process, image name, yeah, that column. These three columns I want to view, let's assume. Okay, only these three columns I am bothered about. All other columns I don't want. So I'm just typing these column names and now I'm clicking run. Okay, now in my XDR data set for the past 10 minutes, what are these three entries? What are the different entries for these three columns? That alone will be defined here. Now when I scroll down, yeah, when I check my result, let me zoom out little. Yeah, now we can see here. Okay, so what is the agent host name? That column is coming. Then my agent IP address, then my actor process image name. What happened? Yeah, actor process image name. And along with that, few metadata. So that is what is the vendor, what is the product, and insert type. So that is some metadata information which will be added. Other than that, you can see no other columns are there. Only these columns are available for me. Whatever columns I gave, whatever field of interest I have, only those columns are listed down here. Okay, all the other columns I don't want to view, I removed them by mentioning the fields here. Only these three fields Other than that, some metadata information is coming to my coming as an output form. Okay. So yeah, so whatever field of interest or whatever column of interest you want to view, you can view that using the field stage. Okay. Next comes your filter stage. Now, what do you mean by filter stage? Now, I have got the columns of interest. Okay. Now, out of those, I want to extract any events of interest alone. Okay. Any specific value alone I want to extract. For that, I will use the filter stage. For example, let's say here in my output, these are all the entries. Now, actor process, let's say actor process, I don't want empty rows. Let me zoom out. Too much zoomed out. Okay. No, I don't want. Let me zoom in a little. Hide empty rows. Sorry. Hide empty rows. Okay. So now I can see these are all the actor process. Okay. Uh, Let me again run the query. Okay, out of this, I don't want to view the empty rows, hide empty rows. I can give only the populated, wherever the entries are there, only those will be populated. Okay, now these are all the actor process. Okay, now I don't want all these actor process. Now, what is actor process? Okay, first let me tell you that. Okay, now you have two things, two processes. Okay, now process, by process you mean, I hope you know what it means, right? So process means any process that is running. Okay, any application that is running, that is nothing but your process. Okay, now you have two types of process. One is your actor process, another one is action process. Okay, now what do you mean by actor and what is meant by action? Actor is the one which is your parent. Okay, parent. Okay, action is nothing but your child. Okay, it's nothing but your child. Okay, now parent means what is the main process. Okay, action means what is the process which has come out of that. Okay, for example, in my endpoint, let's say when I go to my endpoint, here I am opening CMD, for example. I am opening my command prompt. Okay, in my command prompt, I am opening putty.exe, just for example. Okay, now putty is open. Okay, now what is my actor process? My actor process is cmd.exe. From my cmd, I am opening putty. So from my command prompt, I open a new process called putty. Okay, so what is my actor process here? My actor process is nothing but your parent, which is your cmd.exe. Okay, what is my child? My child is putty.exe. Okay, so that is actor. Actor means the parent, action means the child. Okay, so just a basic difference. I hope you understand that. Okay, so yeah, so now here what are we viewing? I'll close these things. What are we viewing? We are viewing actor process images as a column. Okay, now out of these actor processes, I don't want all these things. So multiple actor processes are there. I don't want to view those actor processes. I am interested only in, let's say CMD. I want to filter out only the entries which has CMD, or let's say putty, or let's say notepad.exe. Okay, only those entries I am interested in. Okay, so how do I filter those entries? For that, I will use the filter stage. Okay, so let me zoom in again. How do I zoom in? Yeah. Okay, so next stage I will use is the filter stage. Okay, so I will use the pipe again, pipe delimiter, saying that, hey, this stage has ended, now I need to go to the next stage. Okay, so next stage I will use filter. So filter. Okay, now what is that I want to filter? I want to filter the entries for actor process image name. Those things I want to filter out. Okay. So I will type actor, process, yeah, image name. Okay. Now what should be the value of actor, process, image name? So I will give in. In is like a function. Oh, sorry. In is like a operator, not function. In is like a operator. Okay. So in, what should be the values? So whenever the value is, let's say, cmd.exe. Okay. That I want to filter out. Then let's say I want to filter out whenever the process is something else, let's say putty.exe. Okay. And then, yeah, these two, only these two entries. Whenever these two actor process run, I want only those entries. I don't want any other process, any other applications, whatever it may be. Those logs I don't want. I want logs only when the application is CMD and putty. Okay. Now I'll run this one. And let's see, you can see only 46 results are there. Okay. Earlier, before this, if I comment this one, let me comment this line. Okay. Filter, I don't want. As of now, I'm not doing. I am just checking the fields. Okay. The previous two commands which I gave, I'm going to check the output now. Okay. When I run this, let's see how many entries are there. Now you can see 36,000 entries are there. Results are 36,000. Because all the process, whatever applications were run on my endpoints, everything will be populated, right? Now out of that, I want to filter out only these two things, only CMD process and my putty process, only those things I want. Now when I run, how many outputs are there? Let's see. You can see only 46 results. Okay, that means these entries were there 46 times in the past 10 minutes. Now when I zoom out, let me check the results. Yeah, you can see the actor process image name, CMD entry is there. Then yeah, putty.exe. Only the entries with these two values will be now available. It's putty.exe, putty.exe, and any other CMD. Only those will be there in my cmd.exe. Only these results will be updated in my output. Okay, all other logs not required. Only the entries which this output are available to me. Okay, so that's what your filter stage will do. So filter means to extract events, whatever specific values I have, only those are extracted. Okay, so filter stage done. Next is about config stage. Now config stage is used to define case sensitivity of data and your time frame. Okay, now for time frame, yes, you can do it using your config stage. Yes, but I would recommend to mention the time frame here itself. When you're running it, here itself we can mention the time frame. What is the time frame from which you want the output results to be? Okay, so don't have to give the config stage here. Instead of that, you can give the time frame here. Okay, another very important one is your case sensitivity of data. Okay, that means whatever I'm querying, okay, whatever querying I'm giving, the output should follow the same case sensitive value. Okay, now how to give this command is, now this command is will come at the top. Okay, so this command will come at the top. So data set also I will use the delimiter, and now about that I will use the commands config stage. Okay, let me zoom in. Yeah, now how to give the config stage? So type config. Two things I can do. Either I can define the time frame or I can mention the case sensitive. Again, as I said, time frame, better to do it here itself. Okay. What is the output of the, what should be the time frame of the output? Select it here. Okay. Now here we'll see what is case sensitive. I'll select case sensitive. Okay. Now equal to, I have two options here. One is false, another one is true. Okay. Now, even if this command is not used, even if this stage is not used, by default, it is going to use the true. That means true means whatever we are mentioning here, only that will be shown as output. Why is this even wrongly? Did I change anything? Yeah. Whatever output I am giving, just a minute, guys, something I messed up. Yeah. Whatever I am giving here, only that case sensitive one, if I am giving small case, let's say lowercase, the output also should be lowercase. Okay, whatever is lowercase is matching, only those will be shown as output. If I'm here, I'm giving uppercase. Whenever the output has the uppercase, only those outputs are shown. Okay, for example, let me explain you. So let's say I give true here. Okay, I give true. Case sensitive is true. No, what is it? Case sensitive config. No, case sensitive equal to true. Yeah, so that's what I'm giving. Okay, now when I run, I'll get the same 46 results, or whether maybe some, yeah, 46 results. That means this output, that is cmd.exe, putty.exe, it should be lowercase. Here I have given the lowercase, right? So that's why I'm getting the output. So you can see here also it is all lowercase only, all lowercase. Okay, that means it is matching. I'm giving true, it should match this one. If let's assume I give this one as capital letters, so CMD as capital, CMD as capital. Okay, just for example. Okay, now just to show you clearly, you can see here capital. Okay, and put TY I will give TY I will give capital. Okay, capital letters, and case sensitive what I have given true. Now I'll run this and see whether I get any output or not. Yeah, you can see there are no results. There are no results found. Why? Because none of the outputs or none of the logs are matching this case sensitivity. None of them are like this capital letters. Okay, so if we are giving true, the same values, the same case sensitivity should be there in the output. Okay, if I give false here, doesn't matter whether it is capital letters or small letters, doesn't matter. Everything will be matched. Whether CMD is in capital letters, whether put is in small letters, not a problem. Everything will match. Now, when I run this, you'll be able to see the output. Yeah, you can see the 46 results. Again, 46 results are there as output. Whether it is capital letters or small letters, doesn't matter. Okay, but everything will be shown as output. Okay, so that is the option of case sensitivity. Okay, if it is false, even if it can be capital or small letter, not a problem. But if it is true, then it should definitely match it. Okay, only then the output will come. Only if any matches there, case sensitivity matches there, only then the output will come. Okay, now I hope you would have understood why I have given the stage order like this. Okay, now as I said, the output of one stage is the input of the next stage. Okay, so this is the first stage. I am defining the case sensitivity. Okay, so that should be the input of this one. Okay, now the output of this one, the dataset stage, will be the input for this one. So what will be the output of this stage? The whole XDR dataset will be the output of this stage. From that, I am filtering out any fields, any specific fields. From that, I am filtering out. Now the output of this stage will be the input of this stage. Okay, whatever output we got from this one, in the next stage, we are going to filter out this one. Okay, so that's why you write stage after the stage. Okay, and yeah, so that's the concept of one stage after the another. So output of one will be the input of the next stage. Okay, so yeah, so filter is also done. Config is also done. Okay, next is your dedup. Okay, now what does the dedup command do? So this is to remove any duplicates. Now, if any duplicates are any duplicates are coming, okay, in the output, I want only one entry. I don't want multiple entries. Then I will use the dedup command or dedup stage. For example, here I am getting 46 results. Okay, the output is 46 results, which is having some CMD output. Okay, some cmd.exe output is there. Many putty.exe are there. So you can see the output. Many putty is there. Many CMDs are there. Okay, putty, yeah, CMD. Multiple entries are there for both. Okay, I don't want multiple entries. I want to remove the duplications. I want only one entry. Okay, so how I can do that? For that, I can use the dedup command or dedup stage. So what I'll do, I'll use the delimiter. I'll type dedup. Okay. And what I want to remove the duplicates, for which one I want to remove the duplicates? I want to remove the duplicates for actor process image name. Yeah. Actor process image name. Okay. Now when I run this, I should get only two outputs. Only two entries, only two results should be there. One for my CMD, one for my putty. Okay. Let's see. Let me run this. Yeah. No, no entries are there. Why? Actor process image name. Yes. Okay. Let me just, it should come, right? Let me zoom in. Okay. So, okay, I'll correct this one. Let's see. But it's still output should be there. Putty.exe. Okay. What I'm deduplicating cmd.exe. Okay. And let me run this one. I should get two outputs. Why is it not coming? No results. Okay. So I cannot use it after filter. So I need to remove this one. I need to comment this one. And now let me check. I'm getting the output. Yeah, I am getting the output. That means 65 applications has been seen. So guys, sorry guys. So you cannot filter out. You have specifically mentioned here that I want to view cmd.py and putty.exe. After that, I cannot remove any duplicates. But because only these entries are there, I cannot remove any duplicates. Okay. Now what I have done here is I have commented this. Okay. Now if I comment anything, now what do you mean by comment? That line will not be executed. Okay. So this line here I have commented. Okay. This filter command, filter stage, I have commented it. That means that will not be executed. Okay. Now this one also I will comment just for a moment. This one also I will comment. Okay. Now when I run this, we know what the output is. So it'll be from XDR data dataset. Out of this, it will give me all these entries. All these column entries will be shown as output. Okay. That is pretty clear now. Okay. Now I will use the dedup command. Now it will have multiple actor process. Now when I run this, okay, let's see what is the output. Yeah. So let's see what is output. Okay, I have 34,476 results available. Okay, and from this results, the actor process image name may be multiple. So I don't want to view this. I want to hide all the empty rows. Yeah. Okay, 18,000 results are there. Okay, and out of this, in this, there will be multiple actor process image name. So bash is there, cmd will be there, putty will be there, multiple process, multiple applications are there. Okay, and each application will be again and again repeating. So multiple entries for the same application will be there. Okay, now I don't want multiple entries. I just want to know how many processes are running. I don't want duplications. I want only one entry of an application, only one entry of the process. I don't want duplication. So for that, I will use the dedup command. Okay. Now I will uncomment this, right? So I'll remove the comment. Yeah. I'll remove this comment. Okay. Now when I run this, let's see how many entries are there. Yeah, I have 53 results. That means 53 applications were seen. Now when I list down, yeah, so this is one application, then this one application. All these applications are there, but only one entry of all these applications are available, not multiple entries. Okay, so if this application comes here, it will not be repeated again. Only one entry for that application will be identified and will be given as output for me. Okay, so Python 3, it may have been seen multiple times, but here only one entry is seen here. Okay, so that is your dedup stage. If I want to remove any duplications, I will use the dedup stage, dedup command. Okay, so yeah, so the dedup done. Next, comp. Okay, now comp will be used to perform aggregation operations like you want to do identify any max value, min value, you want to count the number of values, you want to do any average, right? So for performing aggregation operations, I will use the comp stage. Okay. Now in our example itself, I want to, let's say, count this. Okay. I want to count the number of entries of actor process image name. Okay. I want to view how many actor process image names are available here. I can do that. Okay. So for that, I will again, I'll use the comp command now. Let me zoom in. Yeah. So what I'll do, I will, I'll type the delimiter and I will use comp. Okay. Comp command. Then what I want to do is, now we will use a function. Okay. Now this is a function called count. So I'm going to count the number of actor process images seen. Okay. So I'll count, and then under count, what I want to count, I want to count actor process image name. Okay. Actor process image name. Yeah. That I want to count. Okay. And I want to create a new column. Okay. So this one I want to count and I want to give a name for that. Okay. So what I will do, I'll give a name as process scene. Yeah. Process scene. I'm creating a new column name. Okay. Process scene by actor process image name. So that's what I want to count. Okay. Now here what I have to do, I have to comment the dedup command. Why? Because that is going to remove all the duplications. I want to view how many times each of the actor process image has been seen. How many times CMD has been used, how many times putty has been used, how many times Python has been used. That I want to count. Okay, so that's why I'm using the comp count command. Okay, now when I run this, let's run this and try to get the output. Yeah, so you can see actor process image name is one column. Another column I created just now, processing. That is the column created by me. And that is the number of times the process would have been seen. So let me zoom out. I will remove this empty rows. Empty rows. Why do I need? I don't want. Okay. So yeah. So this process was used 247 times. Okay. This process was seen 247 times. Next one, DNS was seen 120 times. Okay. In the last 1 hour, or sorry, last 10 minutes, DNS was seen last how many times? 120 times. Okay. Then my collector, XDR collector application was seen 565 times. Okay. So like this, you can understand which process was used how many times. You will get the count for this. Okay. So that's what your comp command will do. Comp stage will do. Right. So I want to count it, the number of times the process was seen. I can do that. Okay. Now here, so yeah, the comp stage is done, right? Next, I can also sort this. Okay. Next is your sort stage. That means whatever output entry I have, if I want to sort it, okay, I will use the sort stage. So I can sort it in the ascending order, or I want to sort it in the descending order, anything I get. Okay, so that is your sort set. Now here the output is in just random values. Okay, randomly put. So it is not in order. So one is seen 78 times, 16, 13, then 2000 times. It is not in order. Let's say I want to put all of this in order. For that, I will use the sort stage. Okay, so let me add the sort stage. So next is again pipe command, and I will use sort. Yeah, sort. How I want to sort, whether I want to sort it in ascending order or whether I want to sort it in descending order. Let's say first I want to sort it in ascending order. Ascending order. Okay. Now what I want to sort? I want to sort out this process scene column. That's what I want to sort, right? So process scene. That's all. Now let's run it. Yeah. So process scene. Yeah. So I don't want the zero entry, hide empty rows. Yeah. Now this was seen one time. Let me zoom out a little so that it's more clear for you. So you can see this is one, then this was seen 2 times, this was seen 3 times, then 7 times this application, then this one was seen 8 times. Like this, it will keep on increasing in order. Okay. So you can see it started from 1 and it goes to this many, the 6,975. Okay, that many times this process was seen, and it is sorting in ascending order. Now the same thing I want to put it in descending order, that also I can do. Yeah, so I have to give DESC if I'm not wrong. Yeah, descending order. Okay, now I'll run this. It should be in the opposite order. Whatever order we saw now, it should be in the opposite order. Yeah, so this is seen these many times, then less number of times, then this was seen less number of times, these many times. It will be in descending order now. Okay, 0 I don't want. I had empty rows. Okay, so yeah, but you get the idea, right? So sort will sort the output in whatever order we want, whether we want it to sort it in ascending order or whether we want to sort it in descending order. Okay, so yes, that is your sort stage. That is also done. Next is alter. Now alter we will use if we want to modify something. Okay, any queried in output we have. Okay, and we want to modify in some way. Then we will use the alter column, alter stage. Okay, now in this example, let's say I am viewing these two columns. Okay, now let me remove these two stages. I don't want these two columns. Instead, I want to view product and vendor. Product and vendor. Okay, just for example. Yeah, these are the two columns I want to view. Okay, now when I run, I'll comment all these things. The comp stage, I hope you have understood. I will comment this, and sort stage also I will comment. I don't want to sort it anymore. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So when I give two slashes, it is going to comment those lines. Those lines will not be, displayed. Okay. So I hope you get the idea. Okay. What is a comment? Okay. Or it will not be executed. Those lines will not be executed if I comment them using two slashes. Okay. Yeah. Now what is the command now? What is the query I have given? I have given this data set, and out of this, these are the fields. These are the three fields I want to view as output. Okay. Now when I run this, yeah. So this is my columns, right? So I have got the actor process image name. I have got the product column, and I have got the vendor column. Okay. Now what are the entries of this? Just remove this, add empty rows. So these are the outputs, right? So I'm getting some product, some vendor, this I'm getting. Okay. Now let's assume I want to combine my product column and my vendor column in another column. Okay. I want to combine these two and alter the values. What I'm doing, I'm just altering and creating a new column with this value and this value bind it together, combine together. Okay. For that, I will use the alter stage. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll enter and I will give the pipe command, and then I will use the, or let me zoom in again for you guys to view properly. Yeah, I will use the alter stage. So alter, okay. And again, I'm going to use one other new column. So I need to give a name for that. Okay. So what name I will give is, I will give just for example, vendor product. Vendor product. A new column I'm creating. Okay. And what should this new column should have? It should have the combined values of this column and this column. Okay. So here I'm going to use one function. Okay. So I will use the concat function. So function is concat. Concat. That means concatenate, combine, that is. Okay. Now what are the two things I want to combine? I want to combine product. Okay. Now first vendor. I want to combine vendor, and I want to combine the product. Those are the two columns I want to combine. Yes. Okay. Now when I run, I should get a new column called vendor product, and whatever is there in this column, whatever is there in this column, both should combine together into a single column as output. Okay, so let's see whether that is happening or not. Yeah, you can see here a new column is created. Vendor product column is created. And what is the value there? What is the value there? So both, whatever is there here, it is combining. So vendor, PanW and Fusion, it is combining. So PanW, Fusion. And then anything else is there? Any other entry? Everything PanW, Fusion only. Okay, let me remove this value. Hide rows with Fusion. Any other entries there? Let's see. PanW XDR agent. Okay, so PanW XDR agent. Okay, so it is going to combine the vendor value and combine the product value and give me as output. Okay, so that's what the alter stage will do. You want to change anything, you want to alter anything, you want to modify anything, you can use the alter stage. That is also done. Okay, then you have very important one called limit stage. Now what this limit stage will do is it will limit the number of results. Okay, now for example here, how many outputs are there? I am getting 39,000 outputs I am getting. Okay, you can see the output results 39,000. Now I don't want those many entries. I want the top 10 entries alone. Okay, whatever I'm querying, from that I want only the top 10 entries. How do I do that? I can use the limit stage. So I will use that at the end. Okay, so I will use limit and I will give 10. If I give 10, I will get the output only 10 entries. Now when I run this, you can see only 10 results. So only the top 10 entries will be available in my output. Okay, only the top 10 entries will be there. Now the same if I give the limit as 5, only the top 5 entries will be coming. You can see limit 5, you will be able to see the output only 5 entries. Yeah, you can see only 5 results are there. Okay, so to limit the number of output entries, I can use the limit stage. Okay, then so limit is done. Next is if I want to view something in a graphical format. Okay, I have got the output. Now, how is the format here? What is the output format? It is your tabular format. You can see the tabular format output. Okay, now the same thing I want to view in a graph. How do I do that? For that, I will use the view stage. Okay, to graphically visualize the table result, I will use the view stage. Okay, now instead of typing the command, the more easier way, okay, I'll teach you the reverse engineering. Okay, instead of typing the command here, okay, instead of typing the command, you can give the view stage here, you can write the syntax. Okay, but the more easier one and the more effective one, I'll tell you that. Okay, because command, I need to know what are the different parameters, what should be the x-axis, y-axis, everything, what type of graph I want, everything I want to remember, and I have to type it. Okay, but the more easier one is, first we'll create the graph, output graph. Okay, and then we'll add the command using that one. Okay, now how do we do that? For that, let me uncomment this one. Let the count stage and the sort stage be there. Okay, limit I don't want. I want all the entries. So I will comment the limit stage, and alter stage also I will limit. I will comment. Alter stage, I don't want to alter anything. Yeah. So now what is the output for this? Let's first check the output. Yeah, this is my output, right? So when I zoom out, yeah, this is my output. Okay, how many times the actor process images are seen, that is my output. Okay, in some order, sorting order, or even if I remove the sorting order, that also will not be a problem. But okay, let the sort be there. Okay, now how is the output coming? The output is coming in a tabular format. Now the same thing, I want to view it in a graphical format. I have the option under query results. I have the option called graph. Okay, so just click on this graph, and which graph I want, I can select it from here. So whether I want the pie chart or I want the lines column, let it be pie chart. Okay. Then what is the subtype? Whether I want the full pie, whether well, first define what should be the x-axis, y-axis, right? So what two parameters has to be compared in the graph? So y-axis, let's say actor process image name, yes, and then x-axis processing. Yeah, once I select it, automatically the graph will be created. Okay, now let's say I want the full pie. I don't want only the line. I'll select full pie. Yeah, I'll select the full pie and my graph gets generated automatically. Okay, so here I can view the table format, or I want to view it in the graph, select the graph. What is the parameters? What should be the x-axis, y-axis? What type of graph you want to view? Let's say you want to view column. Okay, what type of graph you want to view? You can select that. Okay, let's say I want to pie. Pie looks better and I want the full pie. Yeah. So output is there in my graphical way. Okay, now I have got this one. Now the same thing I would have generated by writing the command here. So once I write the command, automatically this graph will be generated. Okay, but here I am doing reverse engineering. So what I did, I came and in the output I generated a graph, and now on the right side you have an option of add to query. Okay, when I click on add to query, now you can see there is no command, but when I click on add to query, automatically this command gets generated. Okay, now what does this command say? So view graph type equal to pie, subtype full, x-axis should be this one, y-axis should be this one. Okay, I could have written this command, run it, and this graph would have got generated. Okay, so both are same. Either you can first generate the graph or write the command, get the command, or write the command and generate the graph. Okay, so this is your view stage. If I want to view in a graphical format, you can use the view stage. Okay, so that's the view stage. Next stage is target. Now, what you mean by target is if whatever output I'm generating, okay, whatever output I'm generating, I want to save this output in a new data set. I want to create a new data set. Okay, I will use the target stage. So to create a new data set from the results of the previous stage. So whatever results were there from the previous stage, I want to save it in a new data set. A new data set should be created. I will use the target stage. Okay, now how do you do that? So let's create a new data set. Okay, so in the so which one I want? Yeah. Okay, so now after this one, I want to create the target. Okay, whatever is the output of this, I want to put it in a new data set. So what I'll do, I'll create a new stage, then target. And now I want to mention whether I want to add this output into an already existing data set, then I will use append. Okay, whatever output is coming, I just want to add the columns to a new data set, to an already existing data set. I will use the append option. Or no, I want to create a new data set system, a purely new data set. Then I will go for the type. Okay, so type is equal to yes. What should be the type? It should be a new data set. So I will select data set. Okay, then I need to give the name. Okay, what should be the name of the data set? So let's say I will give output, just some name I need to give, output of demo, output demo. Okay, and it's a user's data set, so I will give user. So since I am creating, I am going to give this name. Okay, so output demo user, a new data set I am creating. Okay, now when I run this, yes, I should get the output, but also whatever output I'm getting from here, it should go and get saved in my output demo user. Okay, now to check that whether that is being created or not, let me open a new page. Okay, and go and check whether the data set is created or not. Now, where will be the data set? I need to go to settings. I need to go to configurations, and under dataset management. Yeah, under dataset management, I need to search for the dataset, whether that has got created here or not. Okay, let it load. So now I will search for the user dataset. Yes, user. And is it there or not? So demo Tuesday. Yeah, output demo user. So that's the data set I created here. Output demo user. Okay. So I get the data set created here, and it's a user based data set. Okay. Now let's say I want to run. I want to check what is there in this data set. So what I need to do, I need to go to investigation and response, search. Okay. And type in SQL search. And what is the command? So I need to search for the data set equal to which data set? Output, right? Output, yeah, output demo user. Enter. Okay. Now let me run and see what is output. What is there in this demo? What is there in the data set? We'll see what is the output. Yeah, you can see the process scene and the actor process image, and it is in order. Okay. So whatever was the output here from these stages will be there in this output demo data set. Okay, so that is your target target stage. Okay, then comes join. Now join is a little bit complicated. Okay, I don't want to explain here. I'll just give you a simple example for join. How to use join? I'll give you simple. Now before that, we'll see search. Okay, now search, it is recommended that you don't use it. Because it's a very, it will take lots of resources. Now search means, let's say you want to search something from your data set. Okay, it is like searching for a small plant in a forest. Okay, you have a big Amazon forest. Okay, from the Amazon forest you are trying to search for some value or some entry. In those scenarios you will use the search stage. Okay, or let's say another example is you have a haystack. Okay, and in a big haystack you are trying to search for a small needle. Okay, which will be very difficult. Okay, but if you want to do that, you can use the search stage. Okay, but recommended is don't use, because it's going to use up lots of resources, lots of CPU cycles will be used. So yeah, better to not use it. Okay, then you have one more stage called join. Now what does this join will do is, if you want to stitch the data between multiple data sets. Okay, that means you want to combine two data sets together, you can use the join stage. Okay, now I don't want to complicate it much. I don't want to show you in the demo. Instead of that, I'll just explain a small example, okay, of how the join stage works. Okay, let's assume you have two data sets with you. Okay, so data set one is where you have some information. For example, let's say you have some employee names. Okay, and another column is you have a department, which department they belong to. This is one data set. Okay, and in this data set the entries are, let's say some entries are Bob. Okay, and then another entry is Sam, and another entry, let's say X, some name is there. Okay, and to which department they belong to? They belong to HR department, and Sam belongs to admin. Okay, and X belongs to some sales department, just for example. Okay, sales department. So this is one data set. Okay, another data set is there, which has again employee information. Okay, the employee names. Then it has something called the serial number. Okay, so some serial number. Okay, or their employee number, some number. Okay, so in this data set the entries are, again, let's say Bob is there. Okay, Bob's value is there, and then Alex entry is there, and then you have Sam entry. Okay, and the serial number for them, so for Bob the entry is 20, for Alex it is 15, for Sam it is 35, some numbers. Okay, now these two data sets are there in your XDR. Okay, now if I want to join these two data sets, I will use the join stage. Okay, but to join, there should be some column which should be common. Okay, a column should be common in both the data sets. Only then you will be able to join. Okay, now here, what is a common column? Your employee column is the common one in both the data sets. Okay, now how do I join is, I have four types of join. Okay, now first one is the inner join. inner join. Okay. Now, what do you mean by inner join is whatever, now here employee column is the common one. Okay. And in that column, whatever entries are matching, only that will be there in the inner join output. Okay, so whatever columns or whatever values are matching, only those entries will be put in the inner join. So here again, the what should be the columns for your inner join? So you will have the employees, then you have the department. So since you are combining both the data sets, all the columns will also be there here. Okay. But what are the entries available in this? Whatever column, whatever values are common in both the employees, only those entries. So now here, if you see, Bob is here, Bob is here. So that is column common, right? So Bob's entry will be added. So Bob, department is HR, serial number is 20. So, okay. Next, Sam. Yes, Sam's entry is here. Sam's entry is here. Yes, so that is available in both the data sets. So Sam's entry also will be added here. So Sam, what is the department? Sam's department, admin. And what is the serial number? 35. Okay. Then what else is matching? So X is here, but X is not here. So that is not matching. So that will not be updated here in your inner join. Next, we'll see Alex. Alex is here, but not here. So that is also not common. So that also will not be added in your inner join. Okay. So this is your inner join when you are combining both data sets together. Only the common values in the common column will be updated in the data set. Okay. Next join is left join. Okay. Left. Now, what the left join will have, again, the three columns will be there. Let's say employee, then you have the department, and then also you have the serial number. Okay. Now, what left join will do is it will consider the left data set, that is the first data set, as important. Okay. And whatever columns, whatever entries are there, values are there for the employee, which is the common one, here everything it will take. All the values it will take. For example, here what are the entries? So Bob is there. Okay. Sam is there. X is there. All these entries it will take. Okay. And if it is matching here, that value is taken, or if the value is not matching here, that entry is not taken. That means Alex is not here, so Alex is not taken. Okay. So all the entries from the first data set will be taken. Okay. And whatever values we know, we will populate. If we don't know, it is kept as null. Okay. So what department does Bob belong to? So HR. What is the serial number? 20. Okay, that is good. Sam, we know admin. What is the serial number? 35. Okay. X value, sales. Okay, department is sales. But say X serial number is not known. So not a problem. It will take it as null value. Okay. It'll either put it as null, or yeah, it will be null value. Okay. Now similarly, what will be the right join? How will be the right join have? Okay. So again, the three columns, employee, department, and your serial number. Okay. Now what are the entries available here? This will have, if you do a right join, all the entries that are there will be updated in the data set. If it is matching from this one, yes, well and good. If not, the entries from the first data set will be avoided. Okay. Now what are the entries available here? So it will have Bob. Why is it not working? Bob. Then it will have Alex. Then it will have Sam. Okay. So to which department does Bob belong to? Bob belongs to HR. What is the serial number? 20. Well and good. Alex, the value is not there. So department of Alex is not known because it is not there in this data set. So what he'll do, he'll take the null value. Okay. And what is the serial number? The serial number is 15. Sam, we know Sam is admin. And the serial number is 35. Okay. So this is how the right join will work. Okay. And the last join is your full join. You have a full join option also. Now, how does the full join work? I hope you can guess it well. So employee, again, department, and then serial number. Now, full join means all the entries, whatever entries are there in the first data set, whatever entries are there in the second data set, that is your employee entries. Everything will be there in your full join. All are taken and populated here. So that means you will have the Bob entry, then you have the Sam, then you have X, then you have Alex as well. All the entries are added here. Okay. Now department, HR, serial number 20. For Sam, admin, serial number is 35. For X, it is sales. We don't know, so null. Serial number we don't know, so null. Alex, we don't know the department, so it is null. The serial number is 15. Okay, so this is how the full join will work. Okay, so join means join stage is used to join two data sets where some common column is there. Common column field is there. If we have a common field, we can join them both. And the types of join are inner join, left join, right join, and full join. Okay, so that's how your join stage works. And these are the stages that we need to know if we want to learn SQL. Okay, these are the main stages. If we know about these stages, SQL will be pretty easy. Okay, yes, there are few more stages which we can learn, but yeah, these are the main stages. Other stages we can learn slowly. Okay, so if we are very good with these stages, we have like almost mastered the SQL language. Okay, and other than that, we have this line breaks. So I said you need to use the pipe symbol. If you want to start the next stage, you need to use the pipe symbol. Okay, and then comments. If we use double slash, it is for single stage, right? So let's say we want to comment this line alone, we can use the double slash. Okay, we have one more type of comment which is multi-line comments. So many lines you want to comment, you can do a comment like this. For example, let's say these 3 lines I want to comment. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll remove all these things. Yeah, I want to start the comment from here. So what I'll do, I'll give slash and then star. Okay, and I want to comment it till this line. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll end star and then slash. That means these 3 lines will get commented all together. Okay, so if I want to do a single line comment, I can use this one. I want to do a multi-line comment, I can use this way. Okay, and yeah, so that's about it, guys. I think I have covered everything. That's what we need to know about SQL. Okay, any questions, participants? I hope I have explained much. Any questions from this SQL? Yes, participants, I hope you have understood some basics at least about SQL. When you start working on it, when you type the comments, when you type the queries, you will start exploring more and you will get a better understanding. Okay. But yeah, so as of now, this is the basics. I hope you would have understood at least little. Yeah. Any questions? If you have any questions, please let me know. No? If no questions, if all good, give me a thumbs up then. Yes. Many thumbs ups coming. 3 of you have given me a thumbs ups. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, one heart is coming. Thank you so much. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, then. So it's all lunch time. Yeah. So I hope you all are hungry. So yeah, I recommend you all to go for lunch and come back in 1 hour. Okay, so go to lunch and come back in 1 hour, and then we'll start the next module. Okay, so one more module is remaining for today, which is detection engineering. We'll do it after the lunch break. Okay, so have a good lunch, guys. We'll see you after the lunch break in 1 hour. I'll put on the timer. Please follow the timer about when you need to join back. Okay, yeah, thank you. We'll see you after the lunch break. Have a good lunch. Guys, who is MHA? Who's that MHA? MHA, can you reply? The name is given as MHA. MHA, what's your full name? Okay, shall ask after the lunch break. Okay, fine. Hello, participants. I hope you all are back from your lunch break. Can I get some responses, please? Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Okay. Awesome. Many of you have come back. Great. Can I know who is this MHA? I have a name called MHA. MHA, you there? I just want to know what is the full name. MHA, you there? No, no response. Okay, no problem. Okay, guys, we shall start with the last module for the day. So one more module is there, which is about detection engineering. We'll complete that as well, and then we can jump to the labs. Okay. So this module will take somewhere around 45 minutes or so. And once done, then we can do the labs and then wind up for the day. Okay. So let me quickly open the slides. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Yeah. So I hope my screen is visible, guys, and I hope I'm loud and clear. Okay. So let's get started with module number. So this is module number 5. Yeah. So this is module number 5, which is about detection engineering. Okay, so in detection engineering, mainly we are going to talk about issues, okay, and then the rules, IOC rules, BIOC rules. So issues overview, we'll have an overview of issues. Then we'll talk about indicators of compromise, and then behavioral indicators of compromise, and also we'll talk about correlation rules. Okay, so first, issues overview. Now, first of all, what are issues? Okay, now previously they were called as alerts. Now they are called as issues. Okay, now let's assume this is our management console. Okay, or your XDR tenant. Okay, XDR tenant. Okay, and we have endpoints, multiple endpoints. Okay, and in all these endpoints, we have installed the agent software. Okay, now any detection happens here on the agent side, on the endpoints. That is, any malicious activity is detected, any anomaly is detected, any exploits are being detected. Okay, what the agent will do immediately, it will send them as alerts to my XDR tenant. Okay, so whenever any event happens, any malicious activity, any exploits, they are sent as alerts or issues. Both are same, alert or issues. Okay, so these issues are put in a table, or you have a container called issues table. All the issues, whatever have been identified, whatever has been received by the tenant, they are put in the container called issues, and they are listed down. Okay, so issues are nothing but whenever any event occurs on the endpoint side, the agents send those issues or send those events as issues to my Cortex XDR console. Okay, so that is your issues. Now these issues will have certain parameters, like it will have some attributes. You can call it as artifacts. Okay, and then what is the source, how those issues got identified, whether it was the Cortex XDR agent that identified, or these issues are identified due to any rules, let's say IOC rules, BIOC rules, or correlation rules. What is the source of the issue? Okay, and what is the action that is performed, whether it is blocked or it is just reporting is done, right? So all these actions also will be defined in these issues. Okay, yeah. So yeah, so so this lesson describes issues, key issue attributes, key issue sources, and various actions you perform on issues. Okay. So issues, so by analyzing an issue, you can better understand the cause of what happened in full context to validate whether an issue requires any additional action or not. So whether you want to perform any action or not, you will understand. Okay. Now, whatever license you may have, whether it is prevent license, pro license, whatever license you have, these are all come with it, right? So the issue, generation of issue, yes, and you have something called case. Okay, now case is nothing but incidents. So you have incidents. Now incidents are nothing but multiple issues combined together or grouped together. It will form a case or incident. Okay, issues are also called as alerts. Issues are also called as alerts. Okay, alerts are nothing but whenever events are detected, those are sent as alerts. Okay, case, multiple similar looking issues or multiple similar looking alerts combined together, we get a case. Okay, and then also you have the logs. Okay, now this is common for all type of license, but if you have a pro license, then these issues are stitched together in order to understand what is the life cycle of an attack. Okay, or let's say any attack happens. Okay, due to which process does the attack happen? From which process? What was the parent of that process? What was the parent of that parent process, right? So the whole life cycle will be able to view, and that is viewed by your causality view. And in that we have something called causality group owner. Okay, so this will, for example, let's say I open some process CMD. From CMD, I open another process putty. Okay, from that I open another process, so let's say some process, okay, .exe, and my attack got activated, or some malicious activity was identified in this process. Okay, now if you have a common license, that is your basic license, only this event is detected, and that will be sent as issue or alerts to my Cortex XDR. Okay, whereas if I have my pro license, I will know. So all the logs, now if I have a pro license, what happens? All the logs are identified, sent to my Cortex XDR. Okay, now what my Cortex XDR can do is it can stitch the issues, stitch the logs. Okay, so it will know CMD was opened, then this application was opened, then this application was opened, and due to this application, the malicious activity got enabled. Okay, so it is able to combine all these things and put it as a story. Now we will be able to view this process. Okay, this was the starting point. Then after that, this process. Then after that, this process. And due to this process, the malicious activity got enabled. Okay, so the whole story will be able to. Now more on causality view, we'll discuss in analyst training. Okay, so the last 2-day training is there, Thursday, Friday. In that training, we'll talk more about causality view, how to view the causality view, what is the information that you are going to get it from this. Okay, but yeah, if you have pro license, you have all these advantages of understanding. Okay? Now, working with issues. Okay. Now, where are these issues? So, as again, we know when are issues generated, when anything is detected, when any event is happening, those are sent as issues to my Cortex XDR. Okay. So, the management console displays issues in the issues table. So, where do we find this? So, when we go to cases and issues, I have not cases but issues. So, instead of cases, I have issues. Okay. So, we need to click on, just open the issues table, and issues page will get all the issues which are available. Okay, you can just alternately you can access the page by entering the URL paths or /alerts. So in quick launcher also you can go to issues. Now where is this available? So let me show you in the management console. So you have a special tab called cases and issues, specific tab, cases and issues. Go to this one and you will have cases one page, you have issues another page, case configuration as well. Okay, now when I click on issues, the whole yes, I don't want this. Okay, when I go to issues page, the whole issues table is listed down here. Okay, so previously in 3.x, if you have worked in XDR in 3.x version and all, it will be there called incidents. In incidents, you have a alerts table page. Okay, you need to click on alerts table and your alerts will be displayed. Now it is completely modified. You have you have dedicated page for issues itself. So click on issues and all your issues are listed down here. Okay, now what are the different attributes you want to review here? What are the different columns in your issues page? We'll be able to view that. So name, severity, issue domain, okay, detection method, all these columns are there. Okay, now you want to specifically view what are the columns available. Again, you can just click on this table settings menu and all the in view, whatever columns are there, name, name, severity, issue domain, detection method, whatever columns are visible, they all will be available in views. Okay, and add columns, whatever columns are hidden. So whatever columns are not seen, cannot be seen, those are available in add columns. Okay, so if any column you want to view from this add columns, you can just select that. You can just click on that, and that column will be available in your in views. Okay, so few important attributes are there like name, severity, and your what is the host, what is the detection method, what is the category. All these are some important attributes that we need to view. Okay, and then also you just can click on any issues. Let's say I want to know more about this issue. Okay, just do a normal click, don't do a right click, just do a normal click, and it's going to open the side panel for it. Okay, now side panel again will have all the information about it. Okay, so it'll have the overview. So these are the tabs available in the side panel. Okay, so it will have an overview page, okay, where the basic information about the issue will be displayed here. Then you'll have the issue information. Okay, issue information again, case details, to which case does it belong to, when a work plan is done or not, any notes have been added or not, what is the timeline information data, all this information is there in issue information. Then you have the war room. War room will have things like, let's say you are enabling any playbooks, okay, or you are dealing with this issue across platforms, you are via XIM or XOR. Okay, it's like a journal. Okay, what are the history of what is the events in order? All those events will be available in your war room. Okay, now more on war room, your work plan, we will discuss in your analyst training. Okay, so work plan, if you have enabled or you have triggered any playbook for this, that playbook will be displayed here. Okay, and how the playbooks look like, how we can enable it, how we can check that, all these things we'll discuss in your analyst training. Okay, but yeah, you can just click on any issues, any of the issue, normal click, don't do a right click, normal click, and you'll get a side panel here where we can check the different details about the issue. Okay, and then also you can do a right click. Okay, now I did a normal click to open the side panel. Okay, also you can do a right click on the issues. Now what happens when you do a right click? So when I do a right click, it is going to show me all these options. Okay, all these actions I can perform. Okay, now currently what is the status of this? Now the status of this issue is new. Okay, this issue is got created newly. I want to change the status, I can do it. Okay, so in progress, I want to change the status as in progress, I can do that. Or I want to change the status as resolved, I can do that. Okay, I want to change the severity. Now currently the severity of the issue is critical. Okay, I think no, this is the severity should be medium or high. I can change the severity. Just do a right click, change severity, and I can select the severity. Okay, let's say I want to put it in high severity. I can just change the severity. Okay, so yes, so these few options are there. You want to change the assignee to whom this case issue is assigned to. Okay, under the case who it is assigned to, I want to select any administrator to whom this should be assigned. I can do that. Okay, then you have one option of causality chain. Now causality chain is available only when the alert is generated or the issue is generated from a endpoint which has a pro license. If the pro license is not there, then you will not be able to view causality chain. Now for example, for this issue it is not there. Causality chain, it is grayed out. Okay, maybe for some other issue, let's say okay, I'll select it from the any issues there from the host. So no. Okay, let's say from XDR agent. Okay, let me see if you see for this issue, I have the investigate causality chain. Okay, that means this issue would have generated from a source or from a host which has a pro license. Okay, only then I will get the causality chain option. Okay, now more on this causality chain we'll discuss later. Okay, then I want to run automation. Let's say I want to enable automation for this issue. If in future any issue like this one is generated, I want to automate it. Okay, I don't want to manually come and do any work. Let's say I want to isolate the endpoint or I want to run a malware scan. Okay, any automation process I want to do, I can just click on this run automation. I can select it. Okay, now more about automation or automation rules or about playbooks. We'll discuss that in the analyst course. Okay, so Thursday, Friday, we have a course, analyst course. In that course, we'll see what is the automation process. Okay, if I want to run automation. Okay, so we have that option. Then I have to manage this issue. Okay, so I want to add this SHA value to allow list. Okay, I can do that. Okay, or I want to go for exclude issue. So I want to exclude this. That means any of these issues, again, I don't want to get the issue. Let it be silent. Okay, I don't want another issue like this one. That is exclusion. Okay, just reducing the noise. I don't want the issues to be generated. I can exclude it. Okay, so I want to link to a case. I can do that. Or I want to unlink from a case. I can do that. Okay, and we will also have exceptions. So under manage issue, we'll have exceptions. For few issues it will come, for few issues it will not come. Okay, so yeah, so all these things I can do. Then I want to retrieve any additional data. I can do that. Pivots to view. So how I want to open this. All these options are there when you do a right click. Okay, so yeah, so that is about working with the issue. Okay, so that's about the basic things about issue. And one more thing, now you are getting this information in your tabular view. Okay, so in your console, we are able to view this information. The same information I want to view in a JSON format. Okay, the same information about the issue I want to view in a JSON format. How do I do that? Okay, now for that, see, there are two types of right click. When I do a normal right click, I will get these options. Okay, another option is you need to press on Alt. Okay, press on the Alt button, then you do a right click. I will get some more option like debug issue. Now if you see, debug issue is coming. Okay. Now, when I do a normal right click, I will not get the option of debug issue. Okay. But when I do click on Alt button and do a right click, I will also get debug issue. Okay. So there are some more additional things I can get when I click on Alt and do a right click. Okay. Now, when I click on debug issue, it is going to open the JSON format of the issue. I can view the JSON view. Okay. So again, the same information about the issue, all that I will get in the JSON format. Okay, so I can go through this. I want to copy paste this one. I can do that. I can export this. Yeah, all these options are there. Okay, so yeah, so same issue information I want to view in a JSON format. Click on Alt, do a right click on the debug issue, and it will open the JSON format. Okay, so these are the basic things we should know about the issues. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. And also we can star the issues. Now, about starring issues, I'll come to that. First, we'll discuss all these things in the slide. Right? So yeah, so we need to go to cases and issues. We have the issues page where all my issues are displayed. Okay, and whatever columns we want to know, whatever attributes we want to view. So just click on this three dots. It will show you what are the columns in views, what are the columns which are hidden. You want to add those columns as well. You can enable it. Okay. So the main attributes is your case ID. What is the case ID? To which case it belongs to? Observation time. What is the host? Severity, issue source, action, category, issue domain. These are few key attributes, issue attributes that we can view in the page. Okay. Then also you have something called external ID. Okay. Now external ID will be generated from the issue source. The console is not going to give this external ID. Okay. For example, let's say the agent software on the endpoint is detecting some event. Okay. So when it generates an issue, it will generate the issue and send it to the console. Okay. As it is generating the issue, it will also create this external ID. Okay, so it will have an external ID. So the source is the one which is generating the external ID, not the console. Okay, so therefore this attribute is external to the Cortex XDR instance. Okay, so external ID column is hidden by default. Now when you check the issues, this column will not be there, but if you want to enable it, you can do that, right? So from the layout manager, that is when you click on this, you go to additional columns and you can select external ID, and then you will be able to view that external ID. Okay, so that you can check. And you want to view the JSON format, we can view that. So any issues JSON format you want to view, click on Alt, then do a right click, you'll get all these options. Debug issue, you'll be able to view the JSON format. Okay, so if you want to go for more in-depth attribute specific information about an issue, you can click on this, you can select this. Okay, then what are the different actions on issues? So when the issues comes, you do a right click and you'll get all these options. Okay, now you want to view the causality view. Okay, you want to view the causality chain, do the right click, investigate causality chain, and you can click on open card in new tab. It'll open the causality chain. Okay, now okay, let me show you how the causality chain will look like. Okay, when I do a right click, I click on investigate causality chain, open in new card, a new tab is going to open, and it is going to open the causality view. Okay, so what are the different things we can view from this? Like, yeah, so this is how it will look like. Now an alert was identified here. Sorry, a malware incident, whatever it is, was identified here. Okay, that was identified in this process. Okay, now this process, if I move my mouse over this, it will show me the details. What is this process? What is the path? All the information about this one. Okay, now this process was a child of this process. Okay, from this process, what this applications were open. This application got open due to this application. This application got open due to this application. Okay, so like this, you can view the whole life cycle. Okay, what was the parent? What was the child? What is the child of this one? Everything, the whole process will be able to know. Now, I want to know what are the other children of this process. I can see view children. Okay, so from this process came all these three processes. These are the other processes. Okay, now this is possible only with my enhanced endpoint data, because it will have all the logs. So which process is coming from which process, what was the parent application, what was the child application, everything I will be able to know. Okay, and the whole life cycle of the process or the attack, I will be able to figure out. Okay, so this is your causality chain. Now, when I click on this one, this is my malware detection. This is where the malware was detected. Okay, now if I can click on this, I want to know about all the events. Oh, this is not okay. For this one, let's say for this node, for this process, I want to know about all the information. I just click on it. All events I click, it'll give me all the details. Okay, so what was the issue created here due to this one? All those details will be available. Okay, yeah. So this is your causality chain, causality view. Okay, so yeah, so this we can check the causality chain. Okay, then we want to manage an issue, we can do that. Right, so you want to add this to allow list, you want to create automation, you want to exclude the issue, you want to link to a case, unlink from case. This is available in manage issue. Then you want to retrieve additional data about the issue, you can retrieve the data. And also you have the pivots to view. So how we want to open it? So open host risk, open user risk. We want to view the related case. All that open, something you want to open in a new tab, we can do that. Yeah. Then comes start issues. Okay. Now start issues is nothing but if I want to prioritize an issue. Okay. If I want to prioritize an issue, I want to give importance to it. What do I need to do? I can star it. Okay. So I need to write a rule which if the rule matches, then the issue will get starred automatically. Okay. So if an issue is starred, that means it is prioritized in the cases as well. So the case also will get automatically starred. Okay. Now, how do I star an issue? So for example, all my issues are available here. Okay. Now I want to star, let's say any specific issues I want to star. How do I do that? I need to go to case configuration and there I have starred issues. Okay. Now more about this case scoring we'll discuss in analyst training. Okay. Uh, no, analyst training. Yeah, analyst training. We'll talk about case scoring. Right. So all the case management we'll discuss in analyst training. Okay. Now we are talking about issues. Okay. Now how I can star any issue. So for that, go to start issues. These are few already written rules which will make the issues star. Okay. Now I'll write a new configuration. So click on add starring configuration. Click on this to write a new rule and give a name for this. Give a name for this rule. If you have a comment, you can mention the comment. Okay. Next, I need to define what is the criteria for me to star the issue. Okay. So let me delete the water filter is there. Now let's assume I have a very critical server. Okay. One of my servers is very critical. And if any issue gets generated from that server, I want to star it. I want to give importance. Okay. And any critical severity issues are there. I want to star it. Okay, so these are my criterias. Now that criteria I need to configure it. So click on the filter. Okay, and what is the criteria? Let's say severity is my criteria. So I'll select severity. Okay, what is the severity? Critical severity. Whenever any critical severity comes, I have to star it. Okay, along with that, I have one more criteria. Okay, I need to let's say mention the host. So when I give host, when it is coming from a host, which host? So my host is 32200. Okay, whenever the issue is coming from this host, and if the severity is critical, that means I want to star all those issues. So these are the issues which are coming from my 32200 host. Okay, and all are critical severity. Now I need to give importance to this one. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll create the criteria. I have given the criteria. Along with this, you want to add any more criteria, that also you can do. Okay, let's say category, you want to mention any specific category. Okay, vulnerability or agent, let's say agent. Okay, vulnerability, whatever it may be. Okay, I can add that criteria. Once the criteria is done, ah, no, I don't know. Once the criteria, okay, so it is not yet coming. So I'll again create the criteria. So let's say severity is critical. Severity is critical, and my host. Yeah, and my host and host. It is coming from a host 322.0.0.322.0.0. Okay. And let's say what is the category? Yeah, under which category it should have. Okay. Vulnerability. Okay. Vulnerability. Let's see if it's getting filtered out. No. Okay. Let me remove this. This will be enough. No critical. Okay, let me again create the filter. It is not getting created properly. Mm. Okay, so severity, it should be high. No, critical. Okay. Along with that, I want the host. I'll create a simple one. Okay. But it's just that you should understand 322.0.0. Okay. Yeah. Now, any severe, any issues? Again, it went away. Why? Just now, some issues were there. No. Critical. Okay. High. High also I will add. Let's see if any issues are coming. Yeah. So whatever issues are coming from my 322.0.0 host, which are critical or high. Okay. I want to star all of them. Okay. So give the criteria. Then click on create. Your rule will be created. So this will include all the future issues which match this criteria. Okay. So I'll click yes. A new rule will be created. Okay. Where is the new rule? Yeah. Here the new rule is created. Okay. Now in future, whatever issues are matching this criteria will be automatically start. Okay. Then I can go to the issues, and when I view the issues, it should have the star. Yeah, you can see these are all the issues which are start. So in the issues in the beginning, you'll have a star symbol. Okay. That means I can understand, okay, these are some important issues. Now, these issues, they have stars. I will get the idea, okay, these issues are important. I need to attend to these first. Okay. And now what are cases when I go to cases? Now, what are cases? Cases are nothing but containers which have similar issues. Okay, so just for example, more on cases we'll discuss later, but just for example, let's say I open this case. In this case, there are 82 issues. 82 issues combined to form this case. Okay, now any of those issues, if they are starred, automatically the case is also starred here. Now you can see here the star symbol. Okay, so the case is also automatically starred. Okay, so that's how we identify whether the case issues are starred or not, right? So if the issues are starred, case also will be starred. So that is your starring configuration. Okay, so you have starred issues, you need to add the starring configuration. Yeah, so go to starred issues. All the starred issues will be there. Whatever criteria we have configured, they will be there. You want to create a new starring configuration, you can click. Okay, so starred or not, you also can add a column. If you want to check whether the issues are starred or not. If yes, it'll be mentioned. Okay. Then how to create a starring rule? So just go to start issues, create a new configuration, give a name, configure the criteria. Okay. What is the criteria that should be added for it to be start? Configure the criteria. Either you can create the filter here, or you can do a right click and you can add the issues. If this is the issue, you need to start. Okay, so like this, you can add the criteria here itself. Do a right click and you'll get this one. Click on create, and then those issues will be starred after that. Okay. Then also you have something called featured fields. Okay. Now what are featured fields? Now, featured fields means if I want to again give importance to something. So this is the description. So this will describe the featured fields available in Cortex XDR Pro license and how to add, filter, and alter issue. Yeah. So featured fields, what is the functionality? The featured issue fields provide similar functionality as filtering in the issues table. Okay, so like we want to filter out something based on the functionality. For example, I have the host. Okay, any issues coming from a host, I want to filter out. Okay, or I have an IP address. Any issues related to IP address, I want to filter out. I can do that. Okay, so that's the functionality. So what is the benefit? Sorry, how do you benefit from the is you first add the new featured field values to any of the featured field issues. Then you sort or filter the issues table on the provided issue fields. Okay. Now, where are these available? So, so you have the featured fields here. Okay. Under case configuration, you have featured fields. What are all I can add? I can add a host. Okay. Or I can add any users, or I can add any IP address. Okay. So for example, let's say I give a host. I want to filter out any issues related to a host. So I can add the featured host, right? So create new. What is the value? Okay. So let's say 32200. I will add it. Okay. So add it. Okay. So I'll add it. Now I have the host here. Okay. So this is created. Now I go to issues. Okay. And I want to filter out that. Okay. I can do that. Let it load. Yeah. Now I need to search for the column. Okay. Let's say I go to the column and what is the value I want? I want the host, right? Host is there. Okay, no, I will create the filter here. Okay, so create the filter host. Yeah, host is there. Okay, host is there 32200. Yeah, so these are all the issues created from host 32200. Okay, easily I can filter them out, or yeah, so this way we can filter them out, whatever issues are there from the host, this host. Okay, similarly I can create for my IP address or my user, all these things I can create a what to say, I can add the featured fields and then filter them out in my issues table. Okay, so after you add the specific values to featured fields, prioritize issues containing featured fields in the field values in the issues table. Okay, so how do we add the featured fields? So go to case configuration, featured fields, host, select which one you want to add. Select this, add the featured field, give the value, click on add, and that will be added. Okay. And also you can change the severity. So you have the issue, you want to manually change the severity, you can do that. So change status and also the severity. So status, if it is new, you want to change it to in progress, you want to change it to resolved, you can change that. You want to change the severity, whether, sorry, status, both have the same status, right? So yeah, want to change the severity, that also you can do, whether it is high severity, critical severity, medium, or whatever severity you want to give, you can give that. Okay. And for your cases also, you'll be able to change the severity, whether it is high or critical or medium. You'll be able to change the severity. Okay, so manually you can change it. Yeah, so that's about issues. Now your IOCs, BIOCs, correlation rules. What we'll do is we will park this for tomorrow. Okay, so these topics we will see tomorrow on Wednesday. Okay, so I'll stop the topics here today. Issues overview done. These two topics we'll cover tomorrow. Along with that, we will talk about the exceptions, exclusions. So that is tomorrow's topic. And then also about your support file, how to generate the support file, and then your dashboard finally. Okay, so that all these topics will cover tomorrow, because this will take some more time. Okay, and I don't want to take up your lab time. Okay, so I want you all to go and do the labs now. Okay, so any questions till now? Whatever we have covered now, any questions regarding the issues page? Yes, participants, any questions? Are all good? If all good, give me a thumbs up. You can stop it here and you can do the labs. Thank you. Okay, 2 thumbs ups I got. 3. Okay, awesome. 4 thumbs ups. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Means a lot. Excellent. So if no questions, we can start doing the labs, guys. So the labs to be completed today, I'll just give me a moment. I'll check the lab guide and I'll let you know how many labs to be completed today. So we need to do lab number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then yeah, 13. because this is for tomorrow. Yeah. So we need to complete from lab number 7 to 30. Okay. Okay. So please start doing the labs. So labs, I'll in the chat box as well, how many labs to be completed. And also I provide you the credentials. So people who have missed out on the credentials, you can again check it here. So let me give you the credentials. Give me a moment. Yeah, so this will be the lab URL and the credentials, the usernames are this one, and the password will be this one. And also, if you want to download the lab guide, you can download the lab guide from this link. Okay. And also, if you want the file, you want to download the file, I'll give you the file as well. Okay. So you can download this file and do labs. Okay. Yeah, it is getting uploaded. You'll get it in a few seconds. Yeah, I guess you should have got the lab guide. Okay. So yes, guys, please do the labs. So I'll update how many labs to be completed. So labs to be completed today, 7 to 13. Okay. And once the labs are done, please update it in the chat box. Give me your full name and I will mark your attendance. Okay. So yeah, please, if you want to take a small break, please do, and then you can start the labs. Okay. I'll be sitting here, sitting anonymously in mute. If any issues, please do let me know. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Guys, yeah, that IP address you'll not be able to add. It's a bug. Okay, so you can just skip that, not a problem. So yes, it will still ping. That will, even if you add the domain, it will still ping. So you can skip that, not a problem. IP address also you'll not be able to add. So yeah, you can just skip that. Yeah.
Suara apa ini, Mas? Can you see my
Yeah,
screen,
yeah, yeah,
Arun?
yeah, yes, yes, yes. Scroll, zoom in little,
Uh,
zoom in, and
is the cake is not working.
yeah, yeah, zoom in little.
Okay.
Some more, some more. Okay. Okay, so go to that line, line 5. To the
Line
right, to the
5.
right. Okay, move, keep scrolling, move to the right. Go next, next. No, click on arrow. Keep moving, keep moving. Okay, now click on the left arrow, left arrow.
Left
Left
arrow.
arrow.
Okay.
Left arrow. Yeah, yeah. Some more. Some more. Some more. Uh, one more place, one more time. Check that place. What should come there? Check that. In your lab guide, check what should come there at that location.
Oh yes.
That is a mistake, right?
Any bracket in here in this?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now try to run. No, no, that will not come. So you have a middle line, right? Middle line. No, no, no. Okay, that's okay enough. You have a middle line. Uh,
Middle line.
take that up. So you have arrow in the middle, to the right, little to the right. No, no, I'm
Okay,
saying
so
just below the run symbol, you have a
huh?
run command, right? No, no, below the run command. That's okay, and don't zoom
Oh,
out.
run. Okay, sorry.
Below the run command, you have a line. No,
Huh?
no, that is right. That is right. You have a line below the run command. You
Sorry,
have a
sorry.
run button, right?
Huh?
Just go to the run button. Go to the run button.
Run button.
Don't
Huh?
click. Don't click. Don't click. Below that,
Don't
you
click.
have a small line, right? You have a line.
Okay.
You can
Yep.
scroll. Yeah, drag it up.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
You'll get the results. Yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Arun.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Henry J. I'll mark your attendance. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.